Well, shoot, I can't even help myself, guys. This is going to be fun. Candace, thank you for the subscription. Guys, we are up to, holy goodness, 209. 209. Anyway, let's start our morning, guys. This is Dave. I'm Dave. You're watching LoFiTrader. And every single day we show up to the market at 8 a.m. We're here till 12, Monday through Friday, guys. If you look behind me, this is my beautiful red submarine. And as you know, yesterday we talked about it. Actually, we've been talking about this for 2 weeks, guys. Right here on the right-hand side, the SPY has finally came down to this $400 area. We drew this line in the sand a long time ago, and we talked about the 420, the top. We talked about the 410, the middle, and we talked about the 400, which is the low. Now, you can see in pre-market it dipped down a couple dollars below that, but we did see it touch that 400 and we got the hiccup we wanted. It broke through and then it kept touching 400, acting as resistance. So that psychological level, and guys, I'm looking in on the 1 minute. You know, if we zoom out to the 5 minute, it's a little bit more prominent. You can see, you know, it's clean here, guys. It's very clean price action. You see the bounce. You see the breakthrough, you see the resistance. You can see that this $400 area is very psychological and very important to a lot of the people that are watching this too. So anyway, guys, I got to give a huge shout out because we're going to go deep. We're going to dive deep. We got an hour and a half before market open. And if you're here, it's because you're doing your self-duty, your right to be here, guys, to learn, to understand where the stock sits, where the market lays, so that way we can get a plan formulated. That way we can figure out what our risk is, what our reward is. And today, guys, it looks like a nice trading day, because no matter which way we break away from this 400, not saying we will, we might hang out, but whichever way we break out from this 400 might serve a very good play in the market. Okay, so if we break up, hopefully we got some good longs, and if we don't and we break down, I hope to catch some shorts. So guys, I got to give a huge shout out to US Stock Traders. US Stock Traders is a little sponsor of mine this morning. Guys, they are getting us out there. They're getting us more views, more subscribers. That way I can bring the best content and form the best community. And the only way to form an amazing community is to reach out, stretch your arms, grab those people, get them to click, and then show them the best commentary, the best analysis, and showing you live trades right here. I put it all on the line. It's all recorded, and it's all for fun, guys. So if you want to be here, if you love the stock market nearly as much as I do, hit that like, hit that subscribe, and stick around. So the first thing we are going to do is we're just going to go over our indices, okay? So we'll start with the VIX, because it seems like a lot of you guys are starting to ask or talk about the VIX, which is just the volatility index of the market, okay? So when we look at the VIX, we knew in the past week or two, we've been in a bit of a lull where it's been trading around the 20s, 28 between, well, let's just 17 to 20, okay? It's been trading the past week, 2 weeks about between there. Now, As of today, we've skyrocketed up to 23.1, okay? This thing, usually when it starts getting a push, it really likes to push. It likes to get up here in its 30s. So we've been hanging out down here in the 18s, and we have the ability to push higher, meaning it could be very volatile. You could see a lot of whipsaw action. It's good for day traders, but it's not so good for the swing traders, right? So let's go through the indices. Tesla. Good old Uncle Tesla broke through that psychological 200 area that we also broke through on our subscription platform, right, guys? We're up to 209, which is an amazing feat. It really is. And we're breaking through that 200 in Tesla. So that 200, that psychological area, real simple, guys. What we need to do is break through it, have a pullback, and a retest, okay? So I usually don't get in right away on these unless we have a big build. Like if we look back here, well, we're on the 1 minute. Let's just pan out here. Let's look at some real numbers here. So we're gonna squish our data together. We're gonna put it on a 15-minute time frame. And if we look at this rising uptrend in this pennant, we took this breakout and had a small win, and then we brought our stop up to break even. So we had a small win, and this was a big build up here, okay? So I don't like taking these where it's just this little dip through and this push high. I'd want to see it like base out here for a long time. So because I'm not going to take that type of trade, what I'm going to end up seeing is it push up, pull back a little bit before I want to take a trade. Now, not saying that that's what's going to happen. I'm just talking one scenario, okay? Because what really looks like it's happening is you get this pop into 200. That looks more like a short to me. Okay, because we know that this is a significant area and we have a lot of supply above this, if the market is going to continue to look weak today or start to look weak today, this could easily fail. So those are two scenarios, guys. We're either going to shoot up, come back, and I'm going to take a play to carry on Wayward Son, or we're going to teeter out here at market open, maybe get a little spit, and then fail lower. Okay, so those are two scenarios on Tesla. I'm going to react to it. We don't know what's going to actually happen, right? And if you do, you might want to make sure you don't have too much of a bias in one way or the other. So let's go run through the indices. We're gonna rush through these. Not really rush. We got plenty of time, guys. And I'm glad you're here for pre-market prep. You're doing yourself a favor by being here, guys. That way you know what's going on in the market before you get in all your equities tied up into it. So NVIDIA broke that slight upward trend line. Okay, now it's lingering at 207. It's pushing up to 208 right now. Okay, so let's just, before we continue, we'll go ahead and put the SPY over here on the left side. Okay, check it out. So SPY is right on that 400. If you guys were with me yesterday, heck, if you were with me all past 2 weeks, guys, I've been talking about this 400 level. There's 3 levels, if you guys remember, that I talked about: 420, 410, and 400. Why those 3 levels and why are the exact numbers? Because that's what people are looking for. There's psychological areas in that, okay? 420, 410, and 400. So we marked all of these out for you before. I don't need to mark them all out again. You can see them. Here's 420 right here. You can see it bumped its head a bunch of times. Then 410 was a very high area of demand and supply. It bonked its head, and now we've broke through that, and now we're down to 400. 400 has touched how many times? Look at this area. It's touched 1, 2, pushed through here, but 3, 4, 5, and now this will be its 6th time right here on this 400 area. So we've been talking about this for a long time, guys. So if you're sticking with me, I am happy you're here. I'm pumped that you guys know exactly what's going on. This 400 area is personal now, right? It means a little something to me, and it obviously means a little something to everybody else that's watching this area. So what am I going to do? Am I going to immediately take a trade because we're sitting on 400 and I have a bias that this wants to go up? Or am I going to take a short because I have a bias that it might come down? You know I'm a bear with horns. No, what I'm going to do is I'm going to sit and wait and relax. I'm going to see what happens here. I'm going to let the market digest this information. There's a lot going on here, guys. So I'm not some big banker who knows this hidden secret in the market. What I have is technical analysis, and that's my friend. Technical analysis is my friend. Technical analysis will help keep me safe because technical analysis is going to show me my risk, and it's going to help show me my reward. So my scenarios are the same for the SPY as I would consider the same for Tesla. If we see the SPY wanting to push up higher here, I would want to prove it with a pullback to the 400. So if we get a nice push off in this morning because of, Fed Buller acting, dovish, he's acting like things are okay, that the market's strong. If the right news comes across and gives us a bullish catalyst, I want the technical pattern to prove it to me, okay? So we could go ahead and go over some of this news. Yeah, it even says here, Fed Buller says the age of forward guidance, so economic lags arguments make less sense now. So he's trying to say, even though some of the economic guidance or the economic arguments, they make less sense, meaning some of the data that's came out that shows that we're coming down, he's trying to make it sound more positive. So guys, you'll know that I don't spend too much time in the news because I almost feel like the market happens and then the news comes out, and you'll see that because we'll cover it quite often here. We'll go over some news and we'll see, oh, what's this big thing moving? Why is this happening? And then a few minutes later, then the news comes out. And, it's kind of one of those things, it's like you can't ever really react to the news. You only can get a sentiment of what's going on. So why might this chart be showing us that we're showing some positive influx? Well, because somebody, a non-voter, federal, Fed Bullard, he's not a voter. He doesn't, vote on the increases or anything. He's just a speaker. And he's bringing a little pump to this market, okay? So whether the pump came and then the news, or the news came and then the pump, either way, we are still sitting here at this $400 area on the SPY. Let's check out Amazon. So we know Amazon, I keep calling it doo-doo Amazon. If it's under $100, this psychological $100 area, if it's under this $200 moving average, or this 200-day moving average, I should say, this is just garbage doo-doo. I don't want to even look at Amazon. This thing is looking, but we are going to look at it every single day. Why? Because we want to see it shaping up. I also added, guys, this 50-day moving average because a lot of people are using this 50-day moving average. I'm seeing it come across a lot of YouTube channels. They use this 50-day as a pullback. If it breaks the 50-day, personally, my thing is the 200-day. So if we bring up the SPY on the right side, I don't want to see it break below this 200-day moving average. I think that's the worst case scenario, but people are using the 50 as well. So I threw it up on here just so we can go over it. We don't need to add a bunch of indicators to this. We don't need to add a bunch of sentiment or throw in news. I just like looking at technical analysis, but we're just going to keep on keeping on. Let's see what else we got. So we already went over Tesla, good old Uncle Tesla. Like I said, this 200 might be a nice area for a short, but we want to see if it breaks out and tests, or if it breaks down and then comes back up to test during the market open hours so we can see some liquidity there. I don't like playing in pre-market. Just a personal preference. It's not, not telling you that you should or shouldn't. Everybody finds their own way in the market. So Google broke down from that level, that $94. I drew that line in the sand because you could see it came down in test 1, 2, 3, 4, breaks through on that day that everything broke through. Broke through here, came back up, test, and it came back down to test again, and finally broke through, and now we're heading even lower, breaking that 92.50 area that it held last week. So David says, good morning. Good morning, David. How are you today? Good to see you. Thank you for stopping by. Let's see here. Google, we got Apple. David, if that's David, my son, why don't you come in here and say hi? Bring Dustin with you. We'll get a good morning from the boys too. The boys are pumped and happy, guys, because we are in Michigan. We are in Michigan near Lake Erie, and it is freezing rain, it's snow, it's sleet, it's a little bit of everything. And it's pretty yucky. So I got a nice text this morning from their school that said, no school today. No school today for these boys, so they are happy to be home and relaxing. And yeah, they might stop on the stream and say hi to you guys if they can hear me, if they're listening. Oh, here they are now. There he is. There's Dustin. This is my middle child. I hate calling it the middle child, but he's not the biggest. He's not the youngest, but he's got the nicest hair. So this is Dusty. Say hi.
Hi.
Good boy. And maybe in a little bit we'll see the taller one, the little bit taller one, the lengthier one. Here he is. Are you guys happy? You guys are probably really happy you don't have school today, right?
Yeah.
Good. Good, good. All right, I love you, boys. Shut that door behind you, please. Those are my boys. That's David and Dustin, and you guys have already seen the youngest. That's baby stock trader Whale of a Reese, and he will be joining us a little later. But we have plenty to do before the open, guys. We have plenty to do. So thank you for letting me show off my children. I'm very, very proud of those boys, and they are very, very proud that they don't have any school today. So good for them. I'm happy for them, but maybe I can get them to do some chores then, huh? All right, guys, apple. Let's take a look at delicious and nutritious apple, but it's looking like it's caught itself a little worm. It's broke down before, like we're seeing this dip in a lot of the indices, guys. See that? You know, it's holding a key area. It breaks that dip. It holds out, and then it has that sell-off and that breakthrough. Same thing here, guys. Got a little bad apple right here. Breaks through, and it looks like it's trying to pop back up. Will we see this thing pop back up to 152 and find an area for a short, maybe some supply sitting right there for a bigger sell-off? Or do we strengthen up down here and continue higher? Only time will tell, but we will be here, and we will be covering it when it happens. Ooh, we don't want these things moving around on us. So let's go over the Russell. The good old Russell. Hey, good morning, B. Stewie. It is good to see you in here, man. Bright and early and ready for some pre-market prep. So it looks like the Russell, you guys, I drew this line out yesterday. Remember, we drew this top across here where the most liquidity was traded, and I just felt like that was a very key area. Plus, let's zoom out here on the 1 hour, see if we see anything more. Yeah, so look at this, guys. You can see it had resistance here, resistance. It broke through that resistance, it came back, and it touched. So I drew this line yesterday, I drew this line out, and I said, you know, this is kind of our line in the sand. The same thing I did with the SPY on the 400, and you can see we're getting that bounce right off that 187, okay? That 187 area, is it going to hold? We don't know, but I will definitely be here to cover it, and I promise you this, guys, this is looking like a great day for trading. So as long as this thing doesn't want to prove me wrong and trade sideways today, I think we might actually get a market direction. And if we get a market direction, and I have confidence in confluency across the time frames, the 5 minute, the 15, the 1 hour, my ears ringing right now, then I will probably take a trade. Okay, so if you stay here and you stay tuned and you're live with me every single day, Monday through Friday, 8 to 12, you will see it. You'll see me take live trades. I put it all on the line in front of you, baby. So let's go through Netflix. Netflix breaking down, beautifully breaking down, almost down to that 50-day moving average, but already have broke the 10, the 20, and the 30-day moving average. S-Sim, what's up? Good to see you, and I'm glad you are back. We will definitely be going over your PANW play, and that's coming up really soon, guys, because we have earnings today, and we have quite a few things that we might want to take a trade. So we're going to get through these indices, we're going to look over the earnings, and then we'll go over my trades and what I have planned for us. So, SM, thanks for stopping by. So let's get through this, guys. Netflix beautifully breaking down. Let's check out Micro Soft right there on that 200-day moving average. It's a scary time right here for this. You know, we have this obviously bear market, downward trend line, and it just peeked its head above that water there, took a big old deep breath, and it looks like it's hanging out in the submarine underwater trying to head lower, guys, trying to head lower. So let's take a look at, we already looked at doo-doo Amazon, right? You guys know what I'm saying. It's under 100. We don't even want to look at it, but we're going to keep an eye on it every single day. We'll cover Amazon because we want to see it shaping up. Now, as you guys know, I have already talked about Meta and its big old gap up and this big area it needs to fill. So this little push up, we talked about it yesterday that this might be a nice area for a short. It happened to be a nice little supply area for a short. Why didn't I take it? Because I still wanted to see that 185. To me, that 185 was the biggest liquidity area, and it never touched it, so I still am just hands off of Meta. But I can't deny, y'all can't deny it, this is a supply riot. Okay, so every time it comes up and it touches this area, we are looking for a supply sell-off. So we will see if it happens again today. So we already went over NVIDIA. The Qs were a little stronger than the SPY, and it looks like it's trying, and it's still above that 30. So yes, the Qs are still a little stronger, but that might have a big reason because of good old Uncle Tesla being so strong over the time. Bradley Trade says the subscription is going to go parabolic. My subscriptions are going to go parabolic. I love it. Yesterday I brought up a chart, a subscription chart, and it showed that our subscriptions kind of look like this, kind of look like Tesla, right? It was going up, going up, going up, and I had I have a lot of friends that are short traders, and he said, yeah, I'm definitely shorting that. Well, brother, we need shorts in the market. Shorts create short squeezes, and those squeezes tend to make those parabolic moves to the north side. So absolutely love the banner. You gotta love it. If your brothers ain't giving you crap, then they ain't your brothers, you know? That's what I'm saying. So yeah, so Tesla's doing good, and the Qs are trying to hold up this 30-day moving average, but we were going to have to see. Remember, and guys, we had some questions about what weighted indices were in what things. So I have them all pulled up so we can tell you what's in the SPY. We can tell you what's in the QQQ. We can tell you what the weighted average, what's the highest weighted average in the SMH ETF, okay? We have that news for you. We're going to bring it to you because yesterday you asked, and I told you, if we can't bring it up fast enough, we'll have it faster for the next time. And that's what we did, guys. That's what we did here, baby. We're always working hard to make this better for you. So we already went over the VIX. Let's just look at the Dow Jones. Guys, look at the Dow Jones. This huge break off. It held for the longest time. This big boat of a stock holding all your biggest indices, all your biggest and oldest, all your oldest stocks. And look at this big drip. We talked about this yesterday. I talked about this and Apple and a lot of your bigger ones looking like a big drip. This looks like a big drip, guys, where it's building up all this water and then it's just hanging over its ledge, and now we're seeing that drip. If this breaks this 200-day moving average, we're probably going to see this fail and head even lower. Is this going to make new lows? I have no clue. I am just speculating, and I'm creating some understanding in the market using technical analysis. And we try to do this every single day for you guys, Monday through Friday, 8 till 12. Why? Because I want to make sure that this community is ready for what's going to happen, okay? So when I say what's going to happen, I'm not trying to give 3-4 year speculation. I'm trying to give what's going to happen probably today and maybe into tomorrow. Just like yesterday, guys, we talked about the SPY. We harped, actually the past 2 weeks, about those three levels, 420, 410, 400. Look where we sit today, 400, okay? We talked about it in the morning, right here. We talked about this coming down to 400. We also talked about it coming up to 410, okay? So I'm not acting like I'm some stock genius because I used an analogy and I pointed out the fact that we have some resistance here at 400 and across the daily. It's absolutely just simple technical analysis. And guys, you're gonna always hear me looking at both sides of things. So yes, I was correct and it came down, and now we're lingering in this 400 area. But I could have been wildly wrong. It could have broke through that 400 and never looked back and just went straight down. I also talked about that. I said if that happens, then we are looking very weak. Very, very weak, right? So we did hit this 400. I ended up being right, but please don't think that I can't be wrong. This is just technical analysis. There's going to be plenty of things that I'm going to say on the show that are wrong. So just keep that in mind, guys. You need to do your own due diligence. So congratulations to anybody that actually held out out of this, whoever had those short trades. I think Alex, if he's awake and in this trade, he had some puts on this and he was playing the SPY lower. And he actually got what he wanted to. It's a beautiful thing. So guys, we're going to expect a few different things from this SPY 400 area. What am I expecting? I'm expecting a change. I'm expecting a shift here. Are we going to bounce and head higher? Are we going to bounce, pull back, and then retest? That's what I would like to see. Are we going to just break out, and then this is the selling area? This is the final push into this big supply area, and are we going to sell off here? There's so many different things that could happen here. So what I'm going to do is react. I'm going to sit here and watch. I'm going to learn. I'm going to understand, and I'm going to react to what the market's giving me, and I'm going to look at all the trades that we have coming up here, and I'm going to decide, do I want to get in these things for short term, long term, or is the market shaping up? So there's so many questions, there's so many things. Can you look at my poo-poo ticker? PBF. Hey, B. Stewie, I would love to look at your poo-poo ticker. So let's go ahead and take a look. That's gonna end up sticking, right? Saying poo-poo on the show. Oh, probably. That's okay. Every show's got a staple. And well, look at this. You know, this poo-poo ticker, PBF. We talked about this. This isn't a poo-poo ticker. We just know that that PBF, we knew it had earnings, right? And that's why I said, hey, yeah, it actually looks like it's shaping up. It does look like it was holding. The last time we talked about these, we said it was holding this 30-day moving average. We need to see what happens after earnings to see what happens. So you can see they didn't beat earnings, okay? They did gap up. They didn't hold earnings, but they didn't head lower. And if you look, Stewie, this is an amazing little thing. If we look at this, this is an amazing little thing. Why is this an amazing little thing? Well, let's look at the S&P 500 here. The S&P 500 headed lower yesterday, okay? And it has been gradually selling off. Where if we look at the PBF, the energy on this sector, it is still continually heading up, okay? So I wouldn't consider this a poo-poo ticker because obviously right now we know energy is a hot sector. I don't think it's nearly as hot as it was maybe 5 or 6 months ago, but it's still a hot sector, okay? And PBF is in the energy sector, and on top of that, it's heading in the opposite direction of the market. Now, is all of energy heading in the opposite direction of the market? Is there a negative correlation to the market and the SPY and energy? Well, we could definitely look into that. But when we look at PBF, if we're looking at that specific correlation, yes, we are seeing if the market's coming down, energy is going up, right? If the market's coming down, it looks like energy is going up. Okay, so there is a negative correlation. So if the market does want to continue to fail, we probably will see some more buying power in PBF. So yeah, I like it. It had bad earnings. It gapped up. It sold off, went right back to where it started, and now is coming back up and starting to find that same area. Okay, so PBF trading at $44.04, looking like it is shaping up, still holding strong in the energy sector on an uptrend. So PBF is looking good. All right, so guys, let's look at a few stocks that are gapping up in earnings. We have an 18% gap up on PET. Now, I don't remember PET probably because, yes, it is a new IPO, so I'm going to have to do a little bit of research, and we'll just do that right here in front of you so that way you guys know exactly how I am doing that. So what do I do first? The first thing I want to know is how big is this stock? How many shares is it trading? So I always look up the float. So here's PET. It trades 26 million shares. So it is a smaller float, pretty small float. This has the ability to rip your face off. It does move 10.3%, and today it's moved up 18.7%. Okay, now when we look at something like this, when I look for an earnings gap up, I'm looking for it gapping up something important. Okay, guys, so if we look at this stock, I'm looking at the hourly, okay? This is not gapped up over anything significant. If anything, this is gapped up right into resistance, and to me, this is looking more, I'm more short bias on this, okay? So if we look at the specific ticker, and it has gapped up into a resistance. See this area of resistance right here, guys? Here, I'll zoom in so you can see it. There's not a ton of volume traded, but there's enough for it to be, see this? All I'm doing is I'm taking the VWAP area of the most highly traded day. So I zoom back here, see all this volume? Just on this 1 hour, we got 156,000 shares traded. So in that day, if we look back on PETs, that day, Still not a lot, but definitely more than what's traded now. 485,000. So not a lot of shares traded. But the fact that there is volume there and they are bag holding, because if there was that many shares traded over this course of time, over 2 days, this thing popping up that quick and then you're seeing wicks off, that's telling me that there's buyers, there's bag holders there, and they're selling all that off, okay? So you see it, believe it or not, you know, that's what I'm seeing in pets. So will I use this as an earnings gap up and play a 5-minute range break? No way. So I don't like pets. I like that we're seeing these gap up on earnings. That's great. But I don't like the way pets is shaping up. All right, we're just going to put the SPY over here on the right side. I think, yeah, we'll just keep the SPY on the right side just because that's what this show is basing itself around. But I think we're getting a lot of Tesla fans in here. And if we start seeing more and more Tesla fans in here, we will start keeping the Tesla chart up more and more because I'm totally fine with that. But as of right now, we took this. And if you guys want Tesla up, if you guys want me to watch one specific stock, ticky-tock, Mikey Investing's here. Good morning. Good to see you, brother. I'm going to go ahead and take a quick sip, Shawana. Let's do it. Quick. Oh, that's good. You know, I give myself 5-minute breaks here and there, and I do it with coffee because how am I supposed to stay so amped up? Well, I can tell you how, because I am passionate and I love this stock market. Look what's going on, guys. Absolutely amazing. Oh, look what we got. You know what's here. You know it's going to be a good day if stock market baby shows up. Stock market baby. Stock market baby. I'm a stock market baby. Are you a bull or a bear? Bull or bear? Tell us. We need to know. Because whatever this baby says, if he says long or he says short, that's what we're doing today. What do you think? Long? Bulls, 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 bulls. Yeah, baby. There's a smile for the camera. Ladies and gentlemen, we need more. Bear baby or bull baby. Which is it? Is he a bear baby or a bull baby? Mwah. You're a good baby. I know that much. All right, guys, we are trading at 400, and we are going to see if this thing plays out. Thank you, sweetheart. Appreciate you. We are at $399.99, and we're going to see if that 400 will prevail. If that 400 will prevail, and if it will hold, will we build and head higher? Only time will tell, but I tell you this, I am happy we are here, and I am pumped to be in the stock market right now, guys. This is the best job you could ever have. Bobby says hi. Bobby, good morning. How are you? Bobby is Owen. Well, Owen, it is a pleasure to have you on here. I'm glad you have the day off. I hope if you are as passionate in learning the stock market as we talked about, you'll hang out, you'll see what's going on here, and maybe if you have any questions, you throw them up in the chat, Bobby, and we will be happy to go over it. So, Bobby, what we are looking at right now, I'm going to either call you Bobby or Owen, so stay on your toes, Bobby Owen. But we are looking at this $400 area. We've been talking about this in chat, guys. We'll zoom out to a 15-minute time frame. 15 meaning each candlestick that you see here is 15 minutes. Okay, if we zoom in, this is 15 minutes, 15 minutes, 15 minutes. I use the 15-minute candle stock, the stock chart simply to help reduce some of that information, because if we zoom in on the 1 minute here, things can look pretty crazy, guys. You can see there's a lot happening here, and especially when my screen does that. So you'll see there's a lot happening here, and instead of like looking at each tick and you know, having big swallows or sweaty hands, what I like to do is I like to zoom out on these indices and we get a bigger, broader picture of what's going on. I even like zooming out on the hourly when we're getting a better understanding of what has happened in the past 2 weeks. Okay, guys? So when I'm on the hour, I look back here, and this is why we were talking 400. You can see it's bounced its head 1,000 times off this. 1,000 over-exaggerated probably by 980. So anyway, we're sitting at $399.81 on the SPY currently, okay? Now, when we talked about this 400, it came back, it gave a little hiccup, and now it's trading in that 400 area, this Goldilocks area. We know we can trade anywhere below. We don't want to see it break 398, okay, for today. We'd like, if we want to see a bullish sentiment, we'd want to see it pop, come back down and test, and then head higher. Now, we have 1 hour, guys, till market open. 1 hour. So if you're here to get ready. You're here for the pre-market prep, and that's exactly what we're doing today, guys. So is this a pop to short? or is this a short to pop? I don't know if I said that right, but are we going to go long or are we going to go short? Because today I think we are going to find a direction in the market. And we will be here every single day, Monday through Friday, 8 till 12. So if you like the content I am bringing, guys, we have our subscriber count is going parabolic, and I love it. You gotta love to see it. If you like to watch it grow, if you'd like to see a small account grow, stick with me. This is what we do. We take live trades in front of you every single day. I put it on the line. I bring you stock analysis, stock commentary, and I do it. I put it all on the line. So if you like it, if you love it, if you want some more of it, click that sub button. Anyway, guys, right back to the stock market. I wanted to look at LLAP. Now, remember, guys, LLAP on my gap up scanner is a rip your face off stock. The only issue that I have found right away with LLAP is that it gapped up right up into here at $3.75. What is just above that? That $4 area is a huge sell-off area. So it gapped up to that psychological $3.75 area and did not want anything to do with it. You have this big wick off on the hourly. Now, we usually look at the 15-minute when we're looking at these, and I always talk about I love to see big wicks on the 15-minute. Okay, we're not seeing it on the 15-minute, but if you consolidate all this time into the 1 hour, you're seeing an even bigger wick. Okay, so either way, guys, we have this sell-off. Will it sustain? Will it hold? Can it push higher in the future? This is not a gap-up starting, or this is not anything that I'm personally looking at until after it shapes up. So if you're looking at something like this and you're trying to take a trade, please keep in mind it is a very low float. Maybe I should look that up before I say that, guys. Let's just double-check the float on that really quick since we already have it up. LLAP is 75 million, so it's not a what I would consider a small float, but it is a lot smaller where it can obviously move fast. And being a penny stock, you never know what's going to happen. So this thing gapped up 112%. So regardless if it's a low float or not, remember 112% in anybody's account, that means you can lose 100% of it, right? Especially if you're going short, you can even lose more. So please be careful. All right. Carly Worrell just shared my link on Facebook. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Guys, if you haven't already seen it, I do have a Twitter account. All the traders go to Twitter, so I went to Twitter myself too. And if you want to join me on my Twitter, all you got to do is go to Twitter, type in LoFiTrader, and you will see me pop up. I'm also known as Rear Naked Trader. Right here, LoFiTrader at Rear Naked Trader. If you guys get it, it's because you do jiu-jitsu with me. This is where you can find all my tweets that I retweet, and there's quite a few things that I want to go over with this. So we will read some of these tweets that I found, and that's why I want you guys to follow me on Twitter. Not because I need the follows, but it's because if you are looking for some of the best information, I have over the years gathered and curated the best groups to follow, guys. So if you don't know who to follow, you don't know who to learn from, but you like my style, you like the way I trade, you like my risk management, you like what I am spitting out, what I'm regurgitating to you. Well, everybody that is on my Twitter feed that gives out something that I would say, something that I would spit, something that I would take in, internalize, and then regurgitate to you would all be on my Twitter feed. I'm just going to revamp everything that all the greats are saying constantly. So if you want to learn from the same people that I'm learning from, that I have learned from, and that helps me make money, then you should learn from the same people too. Follow me and follow everybody that I retweet. Okay? So we'll see if LLAP, this 75 million float ticker, can hold out, or if it's going to create this high and Mikey G is going to take a short on LLAP, because that's what he likes to be doozing. So SPY looks like it's still trying to fight that 400, and I think it sure is going to be an interesting one today, guys, at that 400 level. So let's go over, let's see, Wing just released earnings, and look at this gap up. 10% gap up. Look at that, guys, right away. So Wing is definitely going to be on my outlook of what is going on. Why? Well, here's the thing. It's a bit quicker of a mover than normal. It's already at 4% before it added this gap up, and then we are gapping up into 183.31. So let's take a look at where that lands on 183.31. Guys, I'm going to mark the top of this chart. This is the top of the chart. This thing is touching the highs of its lifetime right now. Guys, if this doesn't get you excited, that's why I am here, right here. Look at this. Look at this, guys. This is beautiful. What is going on here? So Wingstop. If you don't know Wingstop, you should give them a shot. They aren't sponsoring this show, but they are delicious. So Wingstop. You stop at Wingstop, you get some wings. Everybody likes wings. They're cheap. They make relatively quick profit, just like a hot dog. You buy the wings, you boil the wings, you spice the wings, you give them out, and you charge 3 times what you actually should be charging. So this thing gaps up. Okay, gaps up like crazy. We're trading at 183.31, and we have marked where the all-time high traded was. I think actually we can actually put this a little bit higher. Yeah, right there. Nope. Let's get a little zoom in to make sure, because this is pretty important level right now. So right here, guys. So look at. We traded at its new all-time highs of 184 even. Now, if you guys don't ever hear me harping about psychological areas, look at that right there, guys. 184 even? Like, why not 184 and a penny? Well, I'll tell you why, because there are normal people like you and I punching in these orders at these levels with a lot more money than we are. So when 184 comes in, somebody's selling right at 184. Somebody's just completely throwing money in there. Oh, goodness gracious, look who we have here. Randy Worrell, our low cap whale trader, coming in to the mix. Randy, I love you. It's good to have you here. We need to get some pancake emotes, because this beautiful lady cooked me chocolate chip pancakes every single morning for breakfast for junior high, and I absolutely love it. Thank you, Grandma. I'm so happy you're here. Thank you for your love and support. This one's for you, and I have this is the mug I have today. Yeah, I know it's not Christmas, but hey, these mugs are awesome. They're big. They keep my coffee warm. So this one's for you, Grandma. I know that you're drinking it black just like myself, so this one's for you. I had some hot cocoa in that last night, per usual. So I got a little deliciousness in there, right? I got some hot cocoa powder, still residuals in the base. That's how the old man does it. That's how I keep it delicious and I get my sugars. So anyway, guys, we're gonna go right back to Wing. Check this out, guys. So Wing gapped up on earnings over that 10%. It's looking I could be wrong. 8.3%. Let's just take it off this base here and pull it up. Let's see. Okay, so it was at 10% right when I alerted you guys. Now it's trading a little under that at 8.9%. And that's okay as long as it stays over 7% and close to these highs, the high of day. If we can break, oh goodness. Oh golly gee, we were just blessed with this trade right here. We are, guys. I'm putting this right here on the watch list. If you guys have watched any of my videos on how I trade, you know exactly how I'm going to trade this, okay? We will revert back to the mean. We will make sure we do not get too excited about this trade, even though I'm pretty excited about this trade, and we're going to see if this thing wants to work out for us. Yes, I wore red today. No, I am not biased in that favor, but I wore red because yesterday was a bloody bath of a market, was it not? So, yeah. Grandma, don't yell on stream. I'm just kidding. We got 17 in here, so I'm going to do my quick spiel. Guys, I'm Dave. I'm with LoFiTrader. I absolutely love and have a passion for the market. What I bring you today is being set in stone. We are creating history by making these vibrations in the air, right? And it's being recorded. Everything I say or do is in front of you. I take live commentary, I do live analysis, and I take live trades, baby. I don't know where else you're seeing that, but you're not getting it here unless it's free, okay? You'll never ever once hear me ask you for any money. There's only one thing I ask you of here, and that is just to take a look at my red submarine. I have a red submarine. It has no correlation to the red subscribe button. Guys, we are trading on Wing at new highs of 186.13. Goodness gracious, I hope we get a beautiful 5-minute range on that morning open because Wing is going to be amazing, baby. I am so pumped. Let's also look at IQ, also trading above that 10%. If you guys remember, we actually traded IQ before. Back here on the earnings gap up, we traded IQ. Okay, and I'm sorry, we didn't trade on the IQ. We traded this breakout, guys. I traded this breakout when it broke out because it was squatting on this 21-day moving average. Now, if you guys remember, this was a while ago, but I got out because I was bored of the trade. I didn't play on my rules. I didn't play below that 10-day moving average. Now, I would have been stopped out here rather than here, so I wouldn't have gained as much. But it's all about staying disciplined, knowing your risk, and following your rules. This one I did make money on, yes, but I did not follow my rules. But it looks like IQ is going to keep on keeping on. It wants to give us another opportunity to get some money in the market. So let me just look over the trades that I currently have as well, and then we'll come back here and look at these earnings gap up, okay? So we're also going to put IQ on our watch list, guys. This is going to be one of the #1 stocks that I want to watch, and I am so happy. This is what's great about this job. Let me just tell you really quick, okay? We're going to put IQ over here. We'll put Wing up here while I just give you a little spiel. Guys, I'm looking at the clock. And I'm thinking in my head when I look at the clock, so we're going to consider this my job, right? I mean, it's hard to call it my job because I have such a love and passion for doing it. But this is my job right now. This is what I am focused on. This is my job. And when I look at the clock, I think, oh, I hope it's not close to 9:30. I have so much more I need to say, so much more I need to look up. And that's what's great about this job, guys, is I'm not looking at the time waiting for 12 o'clock to be finished. I don't want to be done at 12 o'clock. Every single day when I do this live stream, I look at 12 o'clock and I think, wow, I have been talking for this long and I still have so much more to say. So guys, if you love this content, I'm glad you're here. Thank you for being with me. Absolutely love it, guys. So IQ, we're going to see if it can hold this gap up. We're going to see if this 9.25% gap up can hold, because if it does, we're going to see where does that lay us? 792. That lays us right at these highs. Not high of all time, of course. Excuse me. Not high of all time, of course, but highs of current recent. Okay, it's on this uptrend, well above its 200-day moving average, looking extremely strong, okay, in this crappy looking market, right? Okay, so we're going to keep an eye on IQ. We're going to keep an eye on Wing, and we are going to be taking trades in front of you today if they form the right setup. I'm looking for that 5-minute range break, baby. I'm so pumped. I'm so pumped about this, guys. So I'm pumped that you're here, and I hope I'm able to take these trades in front of you. So let's go over some of our previous trades, and I think that will give us a little bit more insight even as to how I'm going to take these trades. So also, I do want to preface this, guys. These are my trades only. I'm not telling you to trade, buy, sell, no recommendations whatsoever. This is me entertaining you. And also, keep in mind, I use low share size. I also use risk management. I know where I'm getting in, and I know first where I'm getting out. So when we go over this, please keep that in mind. You are here to learn and do your own due diligence. And if you want to know more, just ask. I have a slew of information that I can send your way that you can watch and you can learn, baby. So DraftKings, as you guys know, on the 5-minute range breakout, it came out in the 5 minutes. It created this range. Where did I get it? When it broke out of this range. Where is my stop loss? When it breaks this low. Why didn't I get out here? Simply put, I don't like quick rejections. If I see a quick rejection and I'm holding low share size, I'm just going to watch this. So when I was watching this on the 5-minute, I actually didn't even see this. Okay, it just did this huge wick, probably knocking a bunch of people out that did have their stop loss set like I do currently. Okay, so after that huge, long, volatile day, now I set my stop loss. Now we are going to watch to see if this wants to clear my area that I got in. So green, where I got in, red, where I plan on getting out. I usually hold 3 to 5 days, and then I pull half of my money out. After I pull half my money out, I bring my stop loss up to break even. If this is trading below the my average buy-in after 3 days, I will wait 5 days. If it's trading below after 5 days, I will decide then whether I want to get out or just hold for a stop loss, because I don't want my money sitting in consolidation. Okay. We also have AMCX. Look at AMCX. It wants to take us out, guys. It wants to get us out. Look at this. It's looking like it's getting a bounce, right? But I don't like watching pre-market and giving anything over to pre-market. 24.28 on AMCX. So we will see if we're going to get stopped out of these trades, and that's A-okay, guys, because we have made some money on some trades. We have lost some money on trades, but we are up for the month. So we are green on the month. We're looking good, and it is a beautiful day in the market. Not so much outside, guys. So What's the weather like for you, Mikey? I know you're not anywhere in this area. I think you're probably closer to Texas or California. How's the weather out there? Owen, I'm happy you got the day off school. You already know how the weather is. My grandma knows exactly how the weather is. B. Stewie, you got to be getting as bad as we do. What about S-Sim? S-Sim, if you're in here, let me know. How's the weather looking out there for you? I have no idea your location. You don't need to put that in there, but you got nice warm weather, or do you have the freezing rain, the cold, wet temperatures that we got going on right now? So let me know in the chat. Let's keep it on, baby. So our gap ups, we also have PANW, which is up over that 7%. We have Fiverr. Fiverr's up over that 7% at 41. There's like a lot of good plays. I just want to find the best play. We have WIX at 90, so that's gapped up into some resistance. VRT is at 1674, still in some resistance. Baidu, not up over enough. So yeah, I really think Wing is going to be our number one, and then IQ is looking very intelligent. You guys get the joke? Anyway, guys, we are going to run through the indices really quick, and then we are going to go back over our game plan. If you guys have any tickers that I have not looked up, actually, we're gonna try to get through our long watch list, guys, because why we go through this watch list? So you guys can see what I'm looking for and try and understand what I'm trying to understand in the market. So that way we all start to learn and understand how we all trade. That's why I want to know what you're looking at. What trades are you in? What are you playing? That way I can learn from you as well, and I can also be your commentator. Let me be your voice. So let me know what you are looking at, and I will put it up on the chat. I will bring it up. We'll talk about it. We'll definitely put the SPY over here on the right side since we aren't using much, and we know on this show we're looking for this 400 to go either to or fro. So we're going to keep the SPY up on this right side, and then we will do our best to run through all these tickers. So it is 8:46, guys. Thank you for sticking with me. If you're here for pre-market prep, you're doing yourself a favor. You're doing me a favor, because I'm an introvert that needs attention. Yes, you heard it right. I'm an introvert. I like being behind my four walls, but I need as much attention as I can get. So I appreciate you being here. I hope I benefit you as much as you're benefiting me right now. Ladies and gentlemen, we are on DT. If you guys remember DT, this was a beautiful earnings gap up that would have made us some money, but we did make some money on it, actually, but then it came right back down and stopped the other half for break even. So next up is ELF, which was also a beautiful earnings gap up that I would like to consider a swan, or at least a duck in this situation. And if you guys don't understand the swan duck scenario, it's okay. Just go to well, crap, I can't bring it up right now, guys. But I will definitely post that. It's on, there it is. It's on my Twitter. I just posted it. If you watch that video that I posted on my Twitter, you will find out very quickly that why we call these what we call these. So there's chickens, ducks, or swans, okay? Chickens, ducks, or swans. On these earning gap up, if you got a chicken, it's just barely going up. It's just pecking up, and then it's pulling back. Ducks kind of peck up and down, but they move as a group, and they just kind of slowly go up. And then you have swans, where it goes up and barely retests, and it just continues higher. And now we're starting to see some pullback, and we're starting to see it squat down on the 10-day moving average. So we know that ELF looks strong in the overall market. As the market wants to pull back, ELF went hard. ELF is a makeup for ladies. Alex is here. Alex, you made it for pre-market prep. Everybody give Alex a round of applause. Alex, very proud. I'm very happy. I'm happy you're here, brother. I was harping on Alex yesterday. He said, hopefully I can get there early. Hopefully I can get there. I'm like, brother, you better get there early, man. You better get there early. You got to be there early for pre-market prep. You know I love me some Alex. He's in here kicking butt, and he is always helping out this show by bringing plenty of content, plenty of trades, and being extremely active in content. In comments. So Alex, you know I love you. You know I love you being here. So big shout out to you, brother. I'm happy. It's 8:48, dude. You're like a half an hour early. I'm so proud. So proud. So yeah, so e.l.f. is makeup, lip gloss. It's all that kind of good stuff. e.l.f. is just like your Maybelline. You know, maybe she's beautiful. Maybe it's Maybelline. Is that how is that how it goes? Am I showing my age? Who remembers that commercial? So F here is failing. F is for failing, right? And we talked about this yesterday. It came up to that 200-day moving average, bonked its head numerous times. It had a push up through earnings, a pullback, and then it has sold off. And now look, it's bonking its head on that 200-day moving average, and now it's headed lower. So guys, this is why risk management's very, very important. Where do you draw the line in the sand? Well, if we're talking about long-term investments, I would always use the 200-day moving average. Nothing happens good under the 200-day moving average. So if you're in Ford and it broke the 200-day moving average, I would say this would have been your stop out if you were ever in it anywhere over here. This will save you a lot of headache, guys. And even using different time frames or different moving averages on different time frames can really help. You just have to figure out what works for you, what works with your personality, and how do you want to trade. Are you a day trader? Are you a swing trader? Are you a long-term investor? I can tell you the easiest route to go would be to dollar cost average into any ETF of your choice that you feel would be best for you. I would recommend the S&P 500. This isn't a buy or sell recommendation though. All I'm saying is I personally feel the long-term buy and hold, never sell is the safest way to go as long as you're not investing into very specific companies and you're doing it over a broader term. Okay, these again are not buy or sell recommendations. I'm just saying that is my personal opinion and that is what I like to see. So when we look at Ford, it keeps bouncing its head on the 200-day moving average and looks like it is going to head lower. It's not looking good for Ford, guys. So, snap already went all the way back down to where earnings gap up was. So if you guys remember, when earnings came out, it gapped down. We bought the dip, we sold at the peaks, and now it's right back down here. So that's why we don't buy and hold right there, guys. Absolutely the reason why we have sell rules. And a lot of the times I use that 10-day moving average when we have momentum like this. And there's a big reason why, guys, because when nothing's going to happen under the 200-day moving average either. And look where it bonked its head. You know, just like everything else, keeps bonking their head on the 200-day moving average, not looking good. NYT. Guys, if I'm bringing up something or I'm not bringing up something, you need to bring it up in chat, okay? If you're popping in here and you're popping out, well, guess what? Stay, hang out for a while. Tell me what you're looking at. Tell me what you need to know, okay? And I will happily answer, happily go through anything. So, good morning, Stu Klott. It is good to see you, man. It is always good to see a friendly face in here. Stu, mentor, homie, my personal friend. He's a good dude. And reading that story, actually, Stu, really changes the way I think in a good way. You know, I knew that you had that bike shop. I knew that you had a very successful bike shop. But actually reading the news about your bike shop, every time I just keep seeing that picture now. Every time I see Stu Klott pop up on here, I think of your bike shop and I think of that staircase in the back. And yeah, it's just a good, hey, Rabbi. Is that, am I saying that right? R-A-B-I-A-S. So, Rabbi. ATLX, he says. Well, let's take a look at ATLX, and then we'll go right back to the stock lists. We got a long stock list to go through. So look at this, guys. ATLX has a nice little gap up here, okay? If we look at ATLX, we have to understand this is a gap and crapper. So ATLX, when it pops up and it craps back down, and it's done this a million times, guys. I mean, there's one... Here's 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, and now we're on 11. So this is the 11th time this thing is gapped up. Will it crap on us? Well, the history says yes. If we also look at this, our previous traded day has 4,870 shares. Mikey, you're going to want to take a look at this. We have ATLX. Yeah, you know, I like this. I like this, Rabbi, for a short, okay? And why do I say that? And the short looks like it's already been taken yesterday, okay? So if we look back here, all I'm taking is the VWAP, the volume weighted average price, and I'm putting my marker on that volume weighted average price of 4,870 back here on 118.23. Now, if we come to our current day, yesterday, not our current day. We can look at current day, but if we look at yesterday, it did push up to that liquidity area. And look at this, guys. You see this big wick? I love those wicks on the 15. I tell you guys all the time, those wicks on the 15 can be powerful. It moved up. It found its supply in this area. Remember, these lines aren't there to say that's it. No, this is our line to say this is our area. And I should probably start painting better areas for you guys rather than this is the spot, okay? But this is the volume weighted average price. This is the area where the most weighted price action level is. You can see it found its supply here in the 12. You can almost use that as risk, and this would be a short that some might hold, others might not, but it being a small cap, I would never suggest it. So this was a beautiful short yesterday. As of today, some of you might be looking for a small pop since there's lack of liquidity in here. Like, look, there's nobody trading this thing right now. So you might see a nice little pop in the morning open, and that pop might come up in here like maybe $10.50 to $11. And then that'd be a nice area to probably get in short. Now, this isn't a buy or sell recommendation. This is just my opinion. But I can see there is liquidity and some selling pressure. So I could be wildly wrong. This thing could take off and go to 1,000, and this thing could go right down to 0. I don't actually know. I'm just giving you my opinion and looking over the stock. So you are absolutely welcome. Rabbi, can I call you Rabbi? I think it's Rabbi. And correct me if I'm wrong. Hopefully my wife is watching. She can come in here and yell at me if I'm good at pronunciating actual words like from the English language, but when I'm reading like last names, even here in America, it doesn't matter any last name that I read. There's so many different cultures in this. You start trying to say Polish names, Wachowski's and stuff. I mean, it gets tough. And I'm not saying mine's easy with 2 R's and 2 L's. It can be tough too. So SPY trading at 405 cents. Are we going to shape up? Are we going to see the market give us a little push? What are we going to see here, guys? Well, that's why we are here. It's amazing. Absolutely love it. Hey, and Rabbi, do me a favor, man. Leave a like. And if you haven't already, hit that subscribe button. I know you were here a couple days ago. We do appreciate you. Guys, I just want to show you where that like button is. Bam! It's right there. LoFiTrader just liked this too. So if it helps that I like my own show, then I'm going to like it every single day. But it's right here, guys. If you smash that like button, I do appreciate it. I don't ask of anything. I won't ask of you of money. The only thing I ask is if you're here, I want you to dedicate a little bit of your time to this pre-market prep so we get a better understanding of what's going to happen in the market, so we know our risk, we know where we can earn that money, we know where our reward is, and that way we all have a better understanding of how to trade and how to stay safe in this crazy market. Crazy. I'm going to take a quick sip. I need a quick sip. Give me 5 seconds. Here we go. Oh, goodness gracious. And you know I'm early. I don't need 5 seconds. We'll go with 4 today. So at $399.90, it is pumped. It is pumping. It is doing its absolute best to hold here. It's like that movie. Let's see. LoFiTrader was late to like the party. Ah, yeah. I was late to like the party. You guys were already on it, weren't you? I do appreciate it. We got 21 in here now. Listen. This is awesome. We called this 400. We're trading around this 400, and we're going to see what the SPY wants to do today. All right, guys, so let's continue. I think we made it to ARRY. If you guys remember, I averaged into this. I took a small share size when we were looking good and tasty above this 30-day moving average. I was trying to play a can slim type trade. A trend trade. It did break my trend. I did get out for a very small loss, and you will see we have a lot of winning trades on here. We have a lot of losing trades on here, and that's why you know it's raw and you know it's real, because I go through all of them. I don't cherry pick. I do not cherry pick, and if I did cherry pick, I would probably eat it because cherries are delicioso. So we talked about Xpone. I don't think we need to keep looking at it, but it was a nice little trade to the north side before it pulled back. HSCS, can I take this off my list? Goodbye. ACLS. So let's take a look at ACLS. We know that this was looking overall stronger in the broader market. Well, things pulled back. This thing looked like it was doing A-okay. So we're going to keep ACLS on the chart because we want to see it shape up, and if the market wants to go higher, I bet ACLS might want to go higher too. BBAI. Now we know that this is in the AI sector, and I go over BBAI, GFAI, but our main watch is AI. Why? Because AI is in the name, and you know everybody's looking at AI because it is in the sentiment. If we look up the sentiment so you guys understand what is sentiment, when he says sentiment, what does he mean? Very, very cool, guys. What I like to do is I like to use this free site, always free, always bringing you free content, is Ape Wisdom. So if we look at Ape Wisdom, our top 3 talked about stocks are the S&P 500, the spider, which is the SPY, Tesla, good old Uncle Tesla, and AI, C3AI. Okay, so if AI is going to actually be interesting and people are going to go and still look up and be all excited about AI, or that was just a weak little fluff, 2-week fluff, then we'll see it probably pop up in AI because that's what everybody's talking about. And look at this, guys. AMC is still being talked about. Why? Well, because they're giving their earnings as well today. So that's just a little news sentiment, guys. I use it. It's called Ape Wisdom, and you can go to Ape Wisdom. It's free. I suggest just keeping it on there. So if you're bored, or if you want to know who's looking at the hottest stuff, or you want to know how to or you know which commentary, like how, if I'm a commentator, right, I need to be going over Tesla, I need to be going over SPY, I need to know what tickers I need to go over, right? So that's what I'm here for, guys. So if you don't need to know the sentiment, I need to know the sentiment, but that is why we look at certain tickers. Now back to BBAI, GFAI, and then AI itself. That's why when we look at these sectors, my main watch will be AI. CRDO, we use this as a reminder and a barometer, guys, that at any time, even in what looks to seem a good stock, you need to understand sometimes these can just sell off. So please be very careful with your risk, know your risk, and know how much exposure you have in the market. This sold off overnight, guys. This caught everybody by surprise. So be careful out there. Be very, very careful out there. So LPG looks like it does not want to hold. We were going to play this little liquidity gap here. We got out for a very small share size, thank goodness, and I am happy we have a risk in mind. ASUR. So we had ASUR. We had this beautiful breakout here, okay? We actually missed that breakout. We have earnings that are coming up on the 27th, guys, for that. Let's just take a look at WIX. I just want to make sure this hasn't gapped up over anything important really quick. We'll head back over there. 92.50 on WIX. So WIX is looking like it's shaping up. We are at 12.64% gain on WIX due to earnings. So we might want to pull WIX up here on our list. We will keep that on the main watch list. Guys, we have 30 minutes until the market is open. 30 minutes until market is open. Things are looking juicy and things are looking yummy. Let's see. Did you go over ARBE? Think it still has room to run a bit today? Question mark. That's a great question. Rabbi, let's look over ARBE. ARBE, and then we'll go back. We'll come back over our stocks and we'll start back over from where we left off because I want to get through this, which is great. It's great. We're almost halfway through, guys. So we're doing great. We got 30 more minutes. Let's look at ARBE. So ARBE, we need to zoom out here. Let's look at the hourly. Zoom out here. So ARBE, we drew these lines out for you guys because these were the highest traded areas of price action. So if we look back here, we were looking in this area and looking in this area, okay? Personally, I don't have the best read on ARBE just because I don't have anything but liquidity to look at. So ARBE gapped up on nothing but maybe news. I haven't even looked at the news here. So ARBE has obtained the Japanese telecommunication and radio certification for its mass production RF chipset. So this is the good news that they're holding, and it was at 8 o'clock today. Okay, so we've seen all this gapping up and all this movement 2 days before they're finally seeing this. Okay, so is this enough news to continue this higher? I have no idea, but what I do know is these two areas are the most highly traded liquidity areas, and it's nowhere near the amount of liquidity that is traded in this area. Now, do keep in mind on my daily, the RSI is flashing that it's well oversold. Okay, now that doesn't need to mean anything. That could just be an indicator. Okay, Mikey says, I hope ARBE runs. I'd like a pop to yesterday's high a day and pre-market highs on ARBE. So yeah, so Mikey's talking about this thing popping when we come off. He's talking about it popping up here and using this pre-market and this yesterday's high as a barometer of where our stop loss would end up going. I do believe. Mikey, correct me if I'm wrong, of course. But yeah, guys, this is what we're looking at here. I don't, like I said, I don't have a good read on this because we have a ton of liquidity right here. We have over 40.5 million shares traded, okay? 40.5 million shares traded. Excuse me. And if we look back here, the most ever traded on a day was 417,000, and that was well back here, you know, after it IPO'd. So personally, with all this liquidity trading right here, if this holds out, I have a feeling that this, and this is just my personal opinion, that this could trade a lot higher, okay? A lot higher. So I'm not saying that that's what's going to happen. That's saying because I don't have a read and I don't see really any sustaining bag holders. I don't see any huge liquidity back here that's going to stop this. So I said it, it's in the air. That could be very, very true. I could be very, very wrong. I could be wildly wrong here, guys, but we will see. And that's the great thing. I love to speculate, especially because when we have so many different traders out there, doing so many different things. And yeah, Mikey's looking at this area right here, you know, but the only issue I have is how many people are in here, because we have so much liquidity here pushing up. And you know, guys, let's get an even better barometer. Let's do a little bit deeper dive into this. What do you guys say? Let's do a little bit deeper dive. Let's just take a look, first of all, at our short interest. All right, so I'm going to bring this up. We're going to look at the short interest. I just like looking at this because it gives a little bit more sediment to what's going on. So the short interest on this is decreased by 5%. The float is only 1%. So we aren't looking for a short squeeze here. Okay, then this isn't like a highly shorted name. Now let's look at our float. ARBE, if you guys remember from yesterday, we looked this up. We're hovering around that 45 million float, so it's not such a low float where it's going to really rip your face off, but at the same time, it does move an average of 9.1% in a day, and this thing ripped up overnight, now on pre-market, so you can't really give it too much, but 78%. So even though it's 75 million float, it still has the ability to rip your face off. So guys, if you're looking at this and you're trying to trade it, please have your risk in mind, have your stop set, so that way you don't get yourself into too much trouble, okay? So, let's see. When Mikey's talking about the bag holders from yesterday, he's talking about the guys who chased on the long yesterday and trying to get out. So guys, this is what's amazing. This is exactly why we need like-minded traders in here. So Mikey is looking at yesterday. His time frame is in a daily time frame, okay? Not in the sense of a daily ticker. He's looking only at the past few days. This is where his eyes are. So he's looking at a pop into this area where there are a ton of bag holders setting, probably around the $7 area, the psychological $7 area, okay? And that's where the VWAP is. The VWAP's sitting at 682. So if we use that 7 area, or 725 maybe, even worse, for a risk, this pop, he's saying the bag holders from yesterday are going to get sold off into. So it pops up in here, say around the $7 area, and then there should be a sell-off from these bag holders. I was looking at way back here. So Mikey, thank you so much for bringing that up, because honestly, when I look at these shorts, I always look at the bigger picture. I'm looking at the bigger short for the longer trade. And that's why I said I really admire you, the fact that you can get out, and then you've made your money. And I have a couple of other friends that are quick day trade shorters like you are. And I'm telling you, Mikey, you know, you make me really intrigued. You make me really want to hone in on this and start getting a log, start shorting these, and start doing all that. So that was a fun little deep dive, guys, and it was great to see a few different view sets. I'm looking at the daily. I'm looking way back here for high volatility, high volume of baggers traded, as to where Mikey's looking in just the past couple of days, and he's basing his whole short idea off the past couple of days. So that's awesome. I'm glad you guys were all here to actually see that play out. And that's exactly how it should be, guys. Never be too biased. Never say, no, it's this, or no, it's that, because then you can't ever learn from your coworkers or from your partners, okay? So Alex says, my idea is either test on the 743, which doesn't seem very strong at the moment, or a big sell-off. So yeah, test at 743. Yeah, I hear you. Test at 743 right here. Yeah, that seems plausible. I would almost want to use my risk at this top if I had to play, because I like using, you know, that we could use 750, but I would want to use this top, you know, at 770. So if it popped up anywhere in here, as long as that risk reward is there for you, then definitely take it, guys. But remember, do your own due diligence, know the trade, know your risk, and that way we can earn our Rari. So let's go back to my trade since we harped on that for a little bit. The two trades I'm in is AMCX. It is trading, it looks like right at our stop loss, so we'll have to keep an eye on that. Hopefully that stops us out right when it opens up, or maybe in the right before we open up, it pops up and keeps us in there for one extra day and keeps me squirming in my chair. DraftKings look like it's trading back up to where we bought it, but we're still in this. This thing, if it stops us out, that's A-okay. I do want to give a quick shout out to U.S. stock traders. U.S. stock traders, I have a good buddy on there. He pops on and he allows me to get front run and puts me on blast, puts me right up to the front of the show, so that way everybody from U.S. stock traders can pop in here and say hi, so that way they can see there is a free resource out there, and that's me. That's LoFiTrader. I won't ever ask you guys for money. The only thing I ask is your love and support, and to hit that red submarine button. Okay, there is no correlation to the red subscription button or the bell or the like button, but it's there, and if you want to press it, I would appreciate it. I'm trying to build a community and watch it grow. So I use the if-then statement. If this happens, then I will do that. And you know, I really, really like that. I really like that, Mikey, and I might have to just go ahead and steal that. So if-then statements. If this happens, then I will do that. So if this happens, I will do that. Like we talk on the show, we like to react. So if this happens, then we do that. We don't have a crystal ball, guys. No crystal ball, and if we did, I would be, I don't know. I was going to say I'd be wearing Gucci right now, but the thing is I wouldn't wear Gucci. I wouldn't buy a fancy car. I would still be sitting in the same house, just investing more of that money with my crystal ball. So let's keep on keeping on, guys. I got a few more I want to get through, and you know how hard it is for me to get through this watch list. I love it, though. CETX. Guess what I'm doing to CETX? Goodbye. CETX is gone. G-Sun, I feel like I'm going to do the same exact thing. You're darn tootin' I am. G-Sun is gone. Just to double check, it's not holding any of my moving averages. We're going to let it go. CRZQ. I've been watching this thing for too long. Time to go. EMBC, this was an earnings gap up, if I do remember correct. We're just keeping an eye on it, see what happens. Earnings gap up, we said we wouldn't play this. Why? Because the range on this 5-minute range was so incredibly big, I wouldn't have taken it. Would we still be green in the money? We'd be about break even right now, guys. 1, 2, 3 days, we would have been up maybe a cup of coffee, okay? So, let's see. We don't know where it goes. All we can do is manage our risk and have high probability areas to trade at. Mikey, I love it. Mikey's coming in here and spitting knowledge, ladies and gentlemen. If you don't know Mikey, Mikey G is on Twitter. You should check him out. He's a great follow. Like I said, guys, if you follow me on Twitter, you will see that all the people that I follow, you should follow, because I don't follow anybody that gives me any fluff, any crap, or just is noise. Mikey G posts his trades every single day that he takes. He's very raw, he's very real, and he even posts his losers. And that's why he gets my vote of whatever. My vote of for realness. He's a real one, y'all. So go ahead, get his vote too, and love him on Twitter. So OSUR, this was a beautiful earnings gap up, but why did we not take it? Because of this range. Goodness gracious, on this range, we would have had to taken this the very next day on the hourly. Absolute yuck. That's why we didn't take it. But look at this. It's doing A-okay just fine. And it looks like Azure Technologies is doing fine. So we're going to keep this on our list, because if this is one that shapes up while the market shapes up, then we might want to see this play out better. We're going to bring the SPY up on the right side just so we know what's going on before market open, because guys, we have a little more than 15 minutes before market open, and we are still lingering around that 400 area like a stinky fart. Now we are trading NU right here, pulling back. It was looking strong with the rest of the market, but it is pulling back with the rest of the market. SMCI's broke down finally at that 10, broke below that 10-day moving average. Now, guys, this looks actually pretty constructive. It created new highs off these lows. Now it's going to pull back, and if NU, super micro, can find a nice little trading area before we head higher, then it will look better. B. Stewie says he needs a new hot rod. Well, B. Stewie, I know what hot rod you're going to be looking at. You want that 64 bubble top, baby. We brought it up on stream last week. That's 64 bubble top, if I do remember correct, right? 64 bubble top, one of the most beautiful cars out there. He wants it in black. I want it in red. Oh, yeah. Yeah, and if we make it, you know what? It's okay. We'll end up buying one just so we can park it behind us. How about that? You know, if I make, let's say, if I make $1 million on stream, all right, which is doable. I don't know. Maybe it might take 10 years, but either way, it's doable. And if we do that, I'm saying it right here. You guys can quote me. And if you guys are still with me, even then, I will buy that 64 bubble top. I'll park it behind me. I'll probably 63. Okay, well, I was close, brother. 63 bubble top. We'll park it behind us. Okay, so we got something pretty to look at while we're trading other than my red submarine. How about that? That is an Impala. Yes, it is, Alex. Yep, we you know, I could bring it up on stream again. B. Stewie, tell us again. What is that? 63 bubble top Impala. So 63 bubble top Impala, and I think it was the 4-door, 400 horsepower. Nope, you're gonna have to put it in stream again, brother. Yeah, put it in stream what it is. We'll look it up again. But let's go through these tickers. RVNC. RVNC is still holding out on that 30-day moving average. It looked like it has a little gap up here today, huh? Gapped up to 34.83. Very interesting. If it gapped up to 34.83, it is still holding out. That looks very, very interesting. RVNC, Reverence Therapeutics, does look like it is strong against the overall market. It did have that pullback yesterday like the market did, but yeah, this nice little gap up here. We'll see if it can hold. But yeah, we are trying to identify, guys, some of the strongest stocks in the market, okay? And I've already showed you a few. We got EMBC, ASUR, RVNC, ALGM. These are all tickers that are trading well above their 200-day moving average, well above their 10 and 20, their 30-day moving average, some of them. And these here are the tickers, simply put, that are doing better than the overall market. And this is what you like to see, guys. SPY just making this beautiful range. I like these high wedges. Now, it could break down, but to me, these wedges, these big pushes and sustainable buying power with an area that's not breaking, that's a bullish sign to me. Now, this thing could still break down. We're in pre-market, guys. We know that doesn't mean too much. We're just using this opportunity to get an overall sentiment of the market. That's why we're running through all these tickers. We're looking at the tickers that are doing well, the tickers that are doing bad, and we're trying to understand what is going on in the market before the market opens. Okay, guys? And if you like this content, if you like me, if you like this passionate stock market analysis, this interpretation of what I see, and I'm puking it, regurgitating it back up to you, hit that subscribe button, guys, because I'm here every single day, Monday through Friday, 8 till 12. If you like the market, if you get as excited as I do about the market, or you're just trying to learn, hey, stop on in every single day. We're always doing a little something. And if there's something that you are watching that I am not, throw that up in the comments section, because I would love to entertain you. That's what I'm here for, guys. I'm here for you, to entertain you, to bring all the hottest tickers to the market. So let me know what you're watching. We've been over Airbnb the past couple days, guys. We had that gap up on earnings. Go ahead and load for me. We had that gap up on earnings. It came right back down, and it would have stopped us out if we played it, okay? But we were in so many positions, we decided we are going to steer clear of that, okay? So we did steer clear of it. It is a good thing. And we manage in the other two positions. Now, as this breaks down, is this going to catch a base and try and head higher? It is above its 200-day moving average. It still is well above its other moving averages, but it didn't play out as we wanted to. As it continued higher, it pulled back with the rest of the market. So while it's still trading better than the rest of the market, we're going to see how it holds out as market opens and as the rest of the market chooses a way it wants to go. TTD had a good push up and is breaking down. We're going to see if it ends up finding an area. Roblox, if you guys remember, we did take Roblox on that earnings gap up, and I told you guys 1,000 times, This is a technical trade because do I believe in Roblox? Absolutely not. I think Roblox is going to die because it is a video game and all video games come to an end. If you want me to share how I know that, well, I tried to play Halo 3 yesterday or a couple of days ago. That is like one of the last video games that I was actually obsessed with. Halo 3. So before I lose you, no, I'm not going to go on a video game tangent, but I'm showing my age by saying I went to go play it the other day and all the servers are dead. I'm still trying to play video games where servers are dead, guys. Goodness gracious, I'm old, so I had to see how old that video game was, and yes, that's my age. I love Halo 3, and the servers are dead to us, guys. VLAN, I think we could take VLAN off. No, we can't take the VLAN off. Why? Because we had this big gap up. Now it pulled back, and now it's holding that 75-cent area. So we're going to have to keep an eye on VLAN, simply put, because it is holding a key area, so we will keep going over VLAN. RDW still holding up here. We're going to wait and see if the moving averages can catch up. If they can, then A-OK. LoFi has been spending too much money on the Roblox gift cards for the kids. Yeah, no, well, fortunately, my kids aren't into Roblox. Currently. I don't think they've ever actually played it, and that's why it's hard for me to gain that sentiment on Roblox actually doing well. But we did take the Roblox trade because technically it looked well, and we wanted to see that earnings gapper play out. So let's continue with microchip technology, guys. I need a quick break. We got 10 minutes till market open. 10 minutes. All right, that was a quick break. We're back at it, baby. I do want to bring up the fact that US Stock Traders, the Facebook group, has allowed me to post in their group. They have over 16,000 members of traders. Guys, if you're here from US Stock Traders, I do appreciate you being here. Thank you for the clicks. Thank you for the likes. If you want to be a part of like-minded subscribers, just hit that subscribe button. If you want to be a part of like-minded traders, that's what I meant to say. Just go ahead and hit that the subscribe button, or if you don't want to, take a look at my red submarine. We'll be here all week, baby. Monday through Friday, 8 till 12. Let's carry on. MTRN, Matterhorn Corp. Matterhorn Corp had that big gap up on earnings during the open hours. The thing gapped up and it held. This looks absolutely phenomenal. Why didn't we play this, guys? Simply put, the range. The range, I remember when we seen this gap up, we looked at this and it had like a $6 to $15 range. It was nuts. And even right now, it is pre-market, but even during trading hours, that was a crazy difference. And I wasn't about to play that at all. But I do have to say, this is looking absolutely strong compared to the rest of the market. It's holding up extremely well. So this is going to stay on our watch list because if we can ever find a good trade with a tighter range, we're definitely going to want to look at that one. Hubs was also one that had the gap up. I told you guys, like, I didn't care for it because it was trading right into this high, and you know, I don't know enough about Hubs, the Hub spot, so I marked it out, guys, to show you that where the range trade would have been on the 5-minute, but we did not play it, okay, and it did fail. Okay, the overall market looks like doo-doo. We don't want to be trying to make a ton of money on these earnings gap ups, okay? So JSPR is trading sideways still. We are still covering it because it is tight and we have played it before and made a little bit of money. KPRX, look at this, nice and tight, squatting down on that 10-day. Guys, you know I like these trades, so what we're gonna do, it's sitting right on that $6. I think when we start to gap on this, we start to head up, we take a nice little look at this trade and we see if we can break something like that. Then we can look at it and see if we have enough volume coming in. We have enough relative volume coming in to take a trade on a breakout. Guys, we only have 8 minutes. Let me get the bell ready. Goodness gracious. Yes, we got the bell right here. We need to host a poll on here. I'm so worried about hosting a poll because I'm so worried that I'm going to like crash the server, you guys. I don't want to crash the server. Hope everything's going nice and smooth, but we're gonna try and do a poll. If I crash the server, you guys know exactly why, right? So let me see, not to create a highlight, not end stream. Let's see, participants, no. Yeah, see, I'm so worried I'm gonna crash the stream, guys. definitely don't want to do that. But we will definitely get it. We'll get it figured out, guys. We'll get it figured out. We'll figure out what's going on with the polls. I just do not. The last thing I want to do is crash our stream, guys, because I've done it once before, and man, it hurts. It hurts so bad. But anyway, let's take a look at the SPY because we are getting close to that morning open. Look at this range. It's still holding these lows, 399.65. Well, that's not the lows, guys, but it's trying to hold this VWAP area in pre-market. So it's going to be really interesting to see what the market wants to give us. We have alerts set. We've went through our watch list. We only have a few more left to do. GNS, we're hoping that thing fails for our buddy. SECO, trading sideways, trying to stay above that 10-day moving average. Let's see what else we got. Let's see. We got so much going on here. MNMD. Failing that 10-day moving average, not really looking at it today. NTRA, waiting to see what it wants to do, but I don't really care for that. But we'll keep it on the watch list just for a couple more days. IBIO is a small gapper and looks like it's doing its thing. It reached this area with all this liquidity traded. This is kind of like a Mikey G trade right here, gapping back up, and he's getting in where all the supply area is, and then it's selling off. So just keep an eye on IBIO. If we keep on keeping on in this area, we have a possibility of even actually trading higher. So guys, we have 6 minutes till market open. Goodness gracious, I am pumped for today. So pumped. Let's take a look at Lucid. All right, Lucid, look at all these wicks on this bottom. This is a 15-minute wicks, guys. I do like those 15-minute wicks. That's also in correlation of this 30-day moving average. So is Lucid going to find a base at that area? Let's go to the 1 hour just to give a better idea of what's going on here. So it looks like it gapped up. It ran right into that $18 resistance, which if you guys were here, we talked about it, and it just had a huge sell-off, right? Which is in turn, well, now it's all the way back down here by its breakout trade, and it has the opportunity to trade higher. Now these 15-minute wicks and this area here, look, double bottom as well. So Lucid actually looking like it might be a trade to the long side. These aren't buy or sell recommendations. This is just my opinions, and I'm looking at what I see on the technical analysis, and Lucid is looking like a long. Now, do I believe in Lucid? No. Is there earnings after market? Absolutely. So am I going to take a trade? If I do, it'll be a day trade because I'm not gambling with these earnings. So guys, we have 4 minutes, less than 4 minutes left. We have 3 minutes, 46 seconds, guys. I hope you are as excited as I am. Please, if you weren't here for pre-market analysis, please start doing your own due diligence. Show up early. Guys, we look at everything in the morning, every single day, Monday through Friday, 8 till 12. Guys, if you want to be a part of this community, if you want to see this analysis in front of you live, I take live trades, live analysis, live commentary. I do it every single day, Monday through Friday, 8 till 12. Guys, if you want to be a part of that, hit that subscribe, hit that like. Let's make some money. So it is 9:26. We have 3 minutes left till market open. I hope you guys are pumped. I am pumped. Let's try and get through a few more. LUNR, yes, it is holding. No, it's too extended. Not looking at that just yet. HILS, I was watching, holding that 10-day moving average, but guess what? It's dead. Goodbye. It is gone. Deleted. Mara. So you guys know as Mara and Riot, I was looking at these because I think Bitcoin looks like it's starting to shape up. And if it is, I'm going to want to take a long on one of these trades. And Riot is squatting down on that upward trend line I drew from back yonder, okay? And it's treading on its 10 and 200-day moving average. So if it can squat and hold out for the next couple days, we can start to see a nice little curl in that 200-day moving average, then we will see it. All right, so ARBE, I believe, is the one that Mikey's in that's going to be shorting, and Alex is watching as well as some others. So we'll be watching for that pop and drop. And let's see what we got. We are going to bring up PET. All right. No, we're not looking at PET. We're going to look at Fiverr. All right. We're going to look at Wix, IQ. So these are our main watch. Wings. Oh, yeah. Wings is our main watch, guys. So Wings is blue skies, and we are going to be looking on the 5 minute. Hell, we'll take it on the 1 minute on Wings because this thing is looking like a terror. So Wings is my number one on my watch list. Then we have IQ, which is not looking liquid enough at all. So IQ is trading at 780 and falling. So it looks like it touched its top and then broke down, as to where Wings touched its top, stuttered, and then busted through. So I have a good feeling about Wings today. I could be wildly wrong. We're going to see, because I'm going to do it right here in front of you. Okay, and yeah, we're going to take, we'll do a decent size share size. Let's take a look at Wix too. So Wiki is at 91.53. Yeah, still trading below all that. So we're definitely going to keep an eye on all of it, guys. But Wings is going to be my #1 traded area. And we have less than a minute. So guys, be ready. 2067, 21. FMS is looking decent too. Let's just take a quick look. No, it's only up 5%. So we're going to take that off our list. All right, guys, 38 seconds. If you're here and you're ready, if you got earphones on, be careful, because I have a cowbell and I don't want it to ruin your ears. So Alex says, I'll go buy a bunch of Wings right now. Should bump up the stock 20%. Hey, Alex, if you're going to go buy Wings, come on by Michigan. We'll smash them together. You can say hi on stream, and we will get our finger licking and our keyboard sticking good, all right? We got 12 seconds. If you guys are ready, please hit that subscribe button. I'm here every single day, Monday through Friday. We're doing it live. I take my time out of my day to make sure we are prepared. In 2, 1, yeah, baby! Welcome to the market open. I'm Dave. This is LoFiTrader. We got a lot going on. AMCX is out. We can go ahead and take this and put this on our trades that we were watching. So we are out of AMCX. We can take that off our list. Let's take a look at our best trades of what's going on. MIX opening up with a range of $2.50. So we're not going to mess with that thing, but it looks like IQ is trading within a 2-cent range here and is looking pretty crazy right now. We are watching it on the 1 minute. We want to see if it's going to sustain and hold this top. We're going to draw this top out right here for us. Okay, now we're going to go to Wings. We'll also, we'll come back to it. Let's go to Wings, though, because you guys know I'm very interested in Wings. I'm very interested to see how this plays out, and we need to see what our range is going to be. So right now it's 187.26 to 190. It's also trading, oh, yucky, 187.55, 188.99. So we got a 50-cent spread on Wings, and it's created our 1 minute, okay? And if we're doing 190 to 187, that's going to be $3. And how many shares do we want to take? So let's say we do we'll start with 7 if it breaks out this top. And if it pulls back, then we'll add, okay? So let's do this. We're going to edit this. We're going to make sure it says 7. Okay? And then we're going to mark it stop buy order at its peak right here at 189.98. So we'll just call it 190. If it breaks that 190, we want in. Okay? We confirm and send. And look what happens, guys. It broke through that. So we're going to try and get back in. We're going to join the bid at 7, and we'll see where we can get in here. Maybe we get it for a better price. But we want to get it. There we go. Now we got our first 7 in. All right, so right here is where my trade is. We took this on the 1 minute. Okay, there's my buy in. There's my stop out. So I bought in here. We're going to go ahead and make this green. All right. And this is our stop out. Now, we only took 7 shares because here's my game plan on this. I'm expecting Wing to pop up, continue higher, okay? And then, if it can hold this range, oopsie poopsie, if we can hold that range and it breaks out like we're seeing right now, this thing could pull back. And when we see a pullback, let's say a pullback and a test of VWAP, we might add to this. But right now, we're just going to hold on to the 7 shares, okay? And we're going to see what happens on Wing. So you guys seen it right here in front of you. I just took a live trade, okay? So this live trade is on a 1 minute range breakout. Now remember, guys, this is my trade. This is not your trade. It can be your trade if you did your due diligence. If you know why you're in this trade, well, then know why you're in this trade. Do you know where your risk is? Do you know where your reward is? Well, I can tell you all of that information right now. So I know what I was risking. I took 7 shares knowing I'm risking $3. That's 3 times 7. You do the math. I'm not going to embarrass myself. So after it breaks out of this 1 minute range, look what happens, guys. We're up $28 already. Okay, $28. Now we're going to see some whipsaw action, and this thing I could wildly be wrong, and this thing could come right back down and stop me out of this. Okay, and if it does, so be it. We'll be looking for another range breakout on the 5 minute because I do like wings. I like the taste of them. I like the store, and it did a nice little gap up on earnings. Okay, so we'll come back to this. We'll see what the stock's looking like, but my whole goal is at least hold on to it for 1 day. If we can hold on to this for 1 day, things are looking good. But we need to look at the SPY because the SPY is going to give us a hint whether this thing wants to take off higher or show my crew that we are wildly wrong. So SPY getting that nice little pop right into that 400. Now, is that 400 going to act as resistance like we're seeing back here? I am guessing so. But if we break out and we can, or at least sustain here for a while, and we show that we're not seeing a ton of selling off activity at 400, well, that might be a bullish sentiment for the market. So are we going to hold this 50-day moving average? Is Wing going to hold this out? We don't know, and we're gonna provide as much information as we possibly can for you during this live market commentary. So what's going on, guys? How are you doing? What you trading? Let's take a look at ARBE, I believe it was. ARBE right here, guys. It looks like it did get a no pop. Unfortunate no pop and just a big sell-off. We might still get that pop up in here to the 6-9 range, or we might not. This thing I could be wildly wrong, and this thing trades lower, but we are starting to see some action in ARBE. We're going to bring back up the SPY. Just take a look, see where it's going. It's trading at $399.42. It's looking like it's starting to look a little weak in the market, guys. So what's going to happen? Are we going to see a ton of sell-off, or are we going to see a nice little pushback? We won't know. Hindsight Henry's here. We're up $18 on our trade. We're going to keep a good eye on this, and let's go over here. We'll add this trade to our base here. Boom. Now we're in DraftKings. So DraftKings is over here on the right, just trading below that area that we got in. We did play the 5 minute on this. You can see we took the breakout and we've been holding this. This is our 3rd day in this trade. So we're going to hold out. We're going to see what the market wants to do for us. All right. As we say that, Wing is heading higher. Okay. Wing is heading higher. Things are looking good for Wing. Let's go ahead and bring this on the 5 minute now. It almost even looks like, guys, we did take this on the 5 minute, but well, not really. We took this on the 1 minute, but you can see the 5 minute would have the same stop loss. Okay, so same stop loss, only now if we were playing the 5 minute, we'd have a price at 193.71, risking 187. So I took the 1 minute because the risk reward was there. It was really nice risk reward, and it looks like it's doing really good. It's still holding the space out. Now I could be wildly wrong. This thing could tank. It could tank right in front of us, guys, and we might have a good laugh about it. Maybe at tomorrow after I'm done crying. So let's take a look at IQ. It looks like IQ is not wanting to do its thing. We need to zoom out here on the 15 minute. We'll get rid of this active trader here, guys. All right. So IQ had that gap up, and right away in the morning, it has that sell-off. Why? Well, we're right into its peak. It's $8 peak. So there's probably some bag holders there, and they're probably selling off into this. So we'll keep an eye on it. And yeah, small cap's dead again. Yeah, it does look like things are pretty slow, Jerry, but ARBE is about the only thing. Yeah, that's about the only other thing. Let's see. We got 14 in here watching right now, guys. I appreciate your time. If you like my content, if you like my commentary, if you love stock analysis, or if you like it even half as much as I do, you're going to want to stick around. You're going to want to be a part of this community because we are ever growing. We are going parabolic, guys. We are already up to 209 subscribers, and this is our 3rd week doing this. So if you want to be a part of it, we are all like-minded traders, and we look at a little bit of everything. So join us. Join us every single day, Monday through Friday, 8 till 12. All you got to do is hit that subscribe button, and it will notify you all on its own. Looks like the SPY heading lower now at $399.37, which I would be super surprised if Wing can hold up, and it looks like it cannot. It's wanting to pull back right into our 1 minute range breakout area. So if we zoom out, you can see it's traded right down on here. I'm not going to get out immediately. We're going to use this as a stop to watch. So if it travels somewhere in this 187 area, you're not going to see me get out immediately with a hard stop. Now, if you see a big drop below here, yes, of course, I'm going to get out. But keep in mind, guys, we're down 10 bucks right now, okay? We're down $10. We're risking this small amount in this small area so we can profit high reward, okay? So we're going to keep an eye in this area, see what happens, and it looks like we're getting this nice wick on the 1 minute. What does that look like on the 15? Well, it looks like it doesn't want to find a direction on the 15 yet. So that's why we look and see for confluency amongst more time traded. So we look at the 1 minute, things look crazy. We look at the 5 minute, things still look pretty wobbly. We're just trying to find a range here. So we'll keep it on the 15 so we can really get sentiment. But if this thing hits this red line at 187.25, we are going to look to get out. All right, let's keep on keeping on. Now it looks like the SPY's wanting to push up. Quit playing games with my heart. So I'll go buy a batch of wings. We already read that. I'm short on SPY at the moment. Saturday Night Live, when I read SL, I read Saturday Night Live. So stop loss is at 450 cents. You know, I like that. I like that stop loss, and I like that short. So good luck to you, sir. We are obviously always rooting for the market to head higher. Obviously, we're going to have some bears in here, and you know I'm a bear with horns. But when it comes to the S&P 500, you'll even see me shorten it, guys. You'll always see me trying to make money. I'm not going to use my bias. My bias is not going to make me money. The way the market runs is what's going to make me money, right? So right here, guys, it looks like we have a breakdown on this 1 minute. So what does that mean? It is time for me to sell my 7 shares, okay? So I'm going to sell my 7 shares, and we took a $24 loss on this ticker, okay? That is A-okay, because I'd rather be out now, because if something happens, it's against my rules. We took a small loss on this, and that is the losses that I want to take. Now, I am looking at the overall market, and I'm seeing it can't push through this 400. So that gives me an opportunity to look at something that I might want to short. And look at good old Uncle Tesla reaching its way back up here to this $200 area. Okay, now I hate to say it, but I got to do it. This $200 area was very important, and I talked about it smacking its head over and over again on this. Now I know Tesla has enough shares to where if I want to trade this, that it might hold out. Now, as I say that, SPY is trying to get up above that $400 area, okay? So we're going to keep an eye on everything and see how things want to play out. But to me, this looks like a great spot to short Tesla. As I say that, I'm just going to go ahead and join the bid in the ask, okay? We're going to try and do a few shares here, and we'll see if we can't get a short going on for you guys on Tesla, okay? Because I like this 200 area. I like it as a short. So we're going to try and get a couple of shares in here for Tesla before this thing just takes a big duty dump, okay? So we're going to get, let's see, what time is it in the market here? What time is it? What time we got? It's 9:41. It's still a little early for me. We're just going to take that 1 share unless it comes back up here. It can get us for this other share. I don't want to get too crazy, guys, because I like to see where the market's headed before we get into it. And how am I supposed to know at 9:42? We just opened up about 12 minutes ago. So I'm talking about what's going on. I'm doing it live right now in front of you so you guys have a better understanding, a better sentiment as to what I'm thinking. So what am I thinking? I'm thinking wings failing on me, Tesla's failing, which is good. We're in short on Tesla, but what we really want to know is what is the overall sentiment of the market. So we'll just go through this really quick so I can get a better understanding. So we have SPY, which looks like it's finding a nice little wick off top on that 400, but we are looking at the 5 minute, keep that in mind. We have IWM, which, wow, IWM, a nice bounce off that lows. How high is IWM going to get before it starts seeing some more of that selling pressure? Let's see what else we got. It looks like Tesla's wanting to hold. Nope. As I say that, it's starting to head lower. Too bad we didn't get more shares, guys. This would have been a great day trade. So we need to continue with looking at the overall market. Netflix wanting to push higher. Microsoft trading sideways but finding some selling rejection there. Amazon with a nice little push higher off that 50-day moving average. Very interesting here. Is this just a nice little push before the sell-off? That's how I'm feeling, guys. I'm feeling like this is the push before the sell-off, but these are my opinions. I could be wildly wrong. I might not know anything about the market, so stay tuned and we will see if I was right just as I was yesterday. Like I said, guys, I'm not always going to be right. I'm not always going to be wrong. These are all speculations, but it does seem like a lot of our technical patterns that we talk about have been holding true, guys, and it really does seem as if this market is looking weak. Yes, our overall sentiment on our Nvidias and our Teslas, they look like they're holding out or trading higher from yesterday, but they're also popping into liquidity areas, right? So everything, you know, Google, huge sell-off yesterday. Nice little pop into its liquidity from yesterday. It's little selling, and now it's selling off. QQQ is popping up right here into its VWAP of pre-market. It looks like we're starting to see some wicks. Let's keep looking, guys. Apple will be a really big one to take a look at. Apple, big sell-off here. It looked like it popped right up into its... Yeah, guys, the sentiment in this is looking overall pretty crappy, but we do know that Tesla does like to look strong when the market is weak. So what are we going to look at here on Tesla? Is this something that I want to really get into, that I really want to short? Well, we're seeing a decline. We're seeing it below a 10-day moving average. We are looking at the overall sentiment of this, and it is running back into its 200-day moving average. So, you know, I mean, this definitely could be what I want to short, and it's not popping up above this $200 area. Now, as I say that, guys, we are starting to get some movement, but it almost doesn't worry me because I'm looking at the rest of the market, and it's not looking the strongest. So I think what we'll do is we will just keep an eye on this sentiment. We will make sure that this is what I want to do because this might be the trade for the day, okay? So we tried to play wings, remember? We came over here, we tried to play wings, and wings had this beautiful gap up. We really liked it. It blew through its day's highs, okay? And after it blew through its day's highs, look at this. It's coming back, testing those day's highs. This might be the trade on wings, guys. After it blew through its day's highs, you're going to get that sell-off, right? And now look. Now it's bouncing off of its day's highs ever traded, and it looks like this thing's going to want to trade a little higher. So are we going to... yeah, see? Yeah, that's part of trading, guys. And look at Tesla moves higher, breaking up above that $200 area. I could be on the wrong side, guys. Let's go ahead and take a look at SPY. I'm telling you, it just looks like a sell-off day. It does. I mean, after yesterday as well. But this could be the area where everything holds and everything pushes higher. And this is where all the bears get it wrong. And all the bulls are like, ha, gotcha. So you guys know me. I am a bear with horns. I always want to see the market doing better. I always want to see those bullish signs. But with the overall sentiment, with this overall sell-off, we will have to see if this market wants to hold this $400 area. Does it want to push higher? Does it want to trade sideways? Or does it want to wildly sell off? After a big sell-off like this, guys, a lot of times we do see some buying activity at these lows because that's where the demand is, right? So if we look at this, guys, we're looking at Tesla. We're blowing through that 200. Are we going to head higher? Are we going to get a pullback for a push higher on this? So we'll just have to keep an eye. We'll have to keep an eye. We'll have to see. We'll keep it on the 15-minute here so we get the better understanding of what's going on in this market. So we know that Tesla can push up all the way into this area of 201.29. It looks like that's what we're seeing. We're going to see if we get sustaining buying power here. If it starts to trade sideways and wants to stay over that 200, then I want out of this trade. We only took a very few share size, just a few. We're really going to buy into this if we see the overall market starting to head down. I might even add into this. We'll just sell market on this. Well, we got plenty of time. We'll sell the bid on this. Try and get some more shares in here, guys. Oh, and as I do that, of course, it comes down. We'll add in small. We're just going to add in small. We're not getting excited. We might see another pop here. We're only short 3 shares of Tesla. Only 3 shares. We're keeping it low. We're trying to average in. We want to average in below that $200 psychological area, so that way when it does pop up above it, we can hold our breath and we can just keep an eye on it. Or we want to average in into it around that $200 area, okay? This is what I'm doing, guys. It does not have to be what you do. You could be completely on the other side of this thing. I could be completely wildly wrong, but I'm doing it here for you every single day, Monday through Friday, 8 till 12. Why? Because we need more free resources, guys. We have free resources at Beginner Trader. That's a big reason why I started this, guys. Beginner Trader has free resource. Everybody needs free resources, right? I have only paid for books, guys. I've only paid for books. I buy lots of books. Here's one of my main ones, How to Make Money in the Stock Market by William O'Neill. Huge suggestion. And if you want to understand volume, those little lines at the bottom, this was my first book I ever bought. It was offered to me by Beyond the ARBE, which is a good buddy of mine who does short trading. A Complete Guide to Volume Price Analysis by Anna Cooling. Okay? If you guys want to know more about those books, I can post about them, or I can just tweet about them, and you'll have that up. So, put those back in there so they don't fall. But guys, we are looking like we want to head higher on SPY. Look at it, keeps fighting that $400 area. So, are we going to see it sell off in this area? Is it going to push lower? Are we going to trade sideways for the day? Are we going to show ourselves a market hand? Is it going to show us its hand? Only time will tell. So I know that Alex is short, risking 450 cents. And look at this. It's traded right below that. Is it going to hold off? It looks like that psychological pre-market area is finding some more sell-off. We're going to go ahead and sell one more share in Tesla. Okay. We are up to 4 shares selling short of Tesla right now. We are down creamer, it looks like. And we're going to try and average into this thing and try and hold on for a bigger move to the south side. Guys, it looks like the SPY on the next candle, the next 5-minute candle, big sell-off here, right down at 400. And as you guys know, I always want to see the market go higher, but it is looking like an overall bearish sentiment with this pop. We're going to have to take a look, guys, with this pop into this area of supply. We get a push down trading below 400 now at 399.85. What are we going to see? What are we going to see in the market today, guys? Are we going to see a big sell-off? What do you guys think? Let me know in chat. I want to know how many bears, how many bulls we got in here. What can we do to get you trading, baby? All right, we're up a cup of coffee in Tesla now. Already sick of watching it. We'll put Tesla down here. Let's go take a look at Wing and see if it wanted to bounce off those lows. And it did. So Wing did break through that peak back here on the daily that we marked out for you guys. Take a look at this. There's the peak. That's what that red mark is. The thing came right back down. It did bust through it. Okay, and then now it's pushing higher. What is going to happen on this? We are not 100% sure, but that's why we're here. I'm bullish in SPY above 447 cents. Hey, I have to agree with you, and I think Alex is well, Preet. Alex is using a stop loss at 450 cents. You're bullish if the SPY is above 450 cents, and I couldn't agree more. I'm glad we have some like-minded investors, and if you guys see, we are looking at different things, right? We are all looking at different things, but we can all agree on one thing right now, and that is the market's not looking too hot. But we know if the market starts trading above that 50 cent, 450 cent area, we might see a catalyst to the upside. So is the overall sentiment amongst all of us traders or just a few that are in this trading room? That is what we're here to watch. That's why we do stock commentary every single day, Monday through Friday, 8 till 12. We do analysis and live trading. I've already taken 2 live trades in front of you guys today. One was a loser, but it might pose and shape out to have another trade on the hourly in the future. So if you guys stick around, we might turn a loss trade into a winning trade, but we will have to see. Is our risk reward there? Do we know where our risk is going to be? And can we seek some good, tasty profits from it? Speaking of tasty, let's go ahead and look at Apple. Let's see if Apple is holding up. Amazon's still getting that push. Still pushing. Amazon finally the day that I say doesn't look so good is looking good, as to where Apple is doing the opposite. Guys, this is some weird correlation. Amazon finally doing well and everything else looking like doo-doo. You guys know, look at this 15-minute wick, guys. Goodness gracious, I'm going to sell one more share here. Why? Because I love seeing these 15-minute wicks. Now, we are still pretty early. It's almost 10 o'clock. We still got about 7 minutes till 10 o'clock. I don't really like taking a huge trade before 10:30 because I don't have the full understanding of the sentiment. Now, we did go through all of our biggest tickers, and we do have an understanding that it does look like a pop and drop. We have this pop and spy on the 1 hour and a big sell-off. Let's look at the 15-minute though, because you guys know I like the 15-minute. So we did get that pop. We are getting a sell-off on the 15. Will it sustain more selling pressure? We don't 100% know, guys, but we are here to commentate on it. So let's move on, see if we can find a pretty picture. IWM with that huge push back up into the 180, 190 level. That level is finding some sell-off here. Is it going to trade sideways and then continue to push higher? We don't know, but we are here to find out. Let's continue with our sentiment. Netflix now finding some sell-off, so a little pop, and now we're seeing a wick off on the tippy tip off on the 15-minute. Apple gave breakdown, says Preet. He also says, I'm planning to short Tesla below 197.55, only when 5-minute candle will give closing below it. So we will come right back to that. But actually, we're on it. So let's look at it. 197.55. 197.55. So right here's the 197.55 that Preet's talking about, which he says he is looking on the 5-minute range. So I do like that you're taking the range break. It is, I do like 5-minute range break. So I'm guessing it's this area. Let's see, 197.55. So 197.55 right here. So it looks like you're in this trade, or at least you're looking for a sell-off here in this area. I imagine it's probably due to maybe some pre-market. Not 100% sure why 197.55. My main area on Tesla is this 200. This is what I look at, and this is what we have talked about many times on the show in the past 2 weeks. Why do we talk about that on the show? Simply put, guys, it has bumped its head so many times on the daily. It does not, I don't want to recount it, okay? So when it comes to that, and we see this $200 area, I don't mind trading around it, okay? So that way, if it does break above it, I know I want out of it. If it breaks down below it, I know I've made a good trade and I can hold on to it, and I know where my stop loss is, right? So my stop loss is in this area, but, oh, and there goes DraftKings, guys. DKNG. Why can I remember that? So DraftKings finally stopped us out. Let's see. What did we lose on it? We lost $1.75. We lost a little more than that. Don't believe that. We actually lost probably $10 on this trade, guys. That's why I'm taking low share size, because the overall market was looking absolutely dookie poo. So now we're on the right side of the market. Now we're shorting, okay? Now overall, since you guys want to know, overall for the month, we are definitely up. You know, we're up probably a couple crates of coffee, okay? A couple $100, okay? Probably, let's just say about $100, because I haven't subtracted these last two losses. So to make sure we're absolutely not lying on this channel, we're up about $100. We just have to put these two trades in here. I know we're up like probably 180. So on these last two trades, we lost 10, maybe $30 total. So we'll add that to the count. But guys, we're going to win some, we're going to lose some, and I'm going to put it all on the line and show you every single day what we are trading. And look at Tesla now printing us some money. We're up about $13 on this trade, and we're going to watch to see if Tesla wants to keep on trading lower. Now, am I fully in Tesla? No, I'd like to have about 10 shares into this. But as you guys know, when I'm shorting, I like to average into these things, and I know I like to short around that 200 area. So if this thing wants to get bought back up and come by this VWAP area, I will add a few more shares, okay? So until that happens, then we're going to sit and wait. If this thing wants to die and go to zero, I wouldn't like that, because I know a lot of people that are investing in it, but it'll print us off some money and we will slowly sell shares into that, okay? So that's what we're going to do. I'm not going to use this as a day trade. I'm going to try and take this, guys, as a swing trade, as a big drip swing trade to see if it wants to head even lower. And maybe we can hold on to this for at least one day, and we'll see what happens. Let's check the overall sentiment of the market by using the SPY. So the SPY is still showing us on the 15-minute. We have a wicky wick off top on that sell-off. It looks like pre have a look on Tesla 1 hour time frame. That's a strong support area. Yes, absolutely. The strong support area on 200. We've been talking about this for quite a long time. If we look at the 1 hour like Preet has brought up, we'll go over it really quickly. We will look that this 200 area was extremely strong. And that's why we played the breakout and we made money on the breakout, okay? We're going to play this breakout, but we missed the breakout and we didn't play the breakout. That's why anything over this 200 area, that's why we want out, because I don't want to be in this breakout. I want to be in the breakdown. So that's why we've taken this trade, because we know this ticker. We know how this ticker trades. We know if we want out of this thing, we want out of this thing if it decides to push, right, guys? So we averaged in around that 200 area, so we know if it pushes, we want out. We have a stop loss that is right on our area. So there's no questions. Where I got in is a great area to short. Now, is this thing going to come back up and stop us off? It wildly could. It obviously could. Stocks can do some wild things. But because we know our risk, now we are waiting to see the bigger move. We know there is support here in this 195.60. But instead of taking my chump change here at $20, I like to look for the bigger move. So I am looking for a breakdown. Now, this is an area that if you are bullish on Tesla, yes, you could buy this area. It does have a lot of traded area, but we've already came back down and broke through once. We've tested. Now we're breaking through again. The overall market is looking weak in my opinion. So can Tesla break down this area right here? Well, it sure is looking weak, but I don't know. I'm not some guru. I'm giving you my technical analysis, and I could be wildly wrong. So guys, let's just go ahead and continue looking over our overall sentiment of the market, and then maybe we can look at, oh, Hoth just popped up, guys. Hoth just popped up, and look where Hoth is trading right into this area of traded volume. Now, it's definitely trading a lot more volume than its previous traded price. If we look back on it, it's got a history of gap and crap. But we need to keep in mind that this is the main area that we're looking at, okay? This traded area has 30 million shares traded. So if Hoth wants to pop all the way up here to this $10 area, then I'm interested, okay? This right here is more of a trade for your day traders right here, because it's popping up into an already shown supply zone. Okay, we got a big wick off here on the hourly. Is this going to sell off? We won't know for absolute sure until the next day, until we can be some hindsight Henrys. But for right now, I'm just showing you what we got. A nice pop-up on Hoth, 36.9%. If that doesn't get you excited, I don't know what will. 36% in any stock is going to be crazy. This is a low float, so be careful. But we will come back and take a look at this because I like speculating, guys. But see this big wick off? See this wicking off? See this wicking off? That's on the hourly. Let's look at the 15-minute. See if it looks the same. Yes, we are seeing the same wick off tops. This punch right up into here where it had these huge wick off tops. Simple technical analysis will tell me that this looks weak. Now, that's my opinion. I could be wildly wrong. So all your buy and sells are your own responsibility. But look at this, guys. I drew the line so we don't have to keep it back there. We're going to just guess that this thing is going to break down from this area, okay? Wicky wick offs. Now, the SPY is trading at $399.39, okay? And look at this, guys. It traded as high as $400.47. Our boy Alex had a stop area at 51 cents. See the psychological trading areas? Alex took this trade. I hope you're still in this trade. Alex, SPY's looking interesting. It just had a big bounce on VWAP. Yeah, well, it's too early in the morning. We know we're going to get these big bounces on VWAP, but that's why I would like for you to zoom out on the 15. Because if you're watching on that 1 minute, you're going to be panicking when you watch all this crap. And now I know it's already over and we can continue talking about this huge trade-off, but Alex, I want you to see when you better expect those bounces on VWAP, especially this early in the morning on the 1 minute. You're gonna see all that crap, all that noise. So I suggest if you start getting sweaty, you start getting nervous, zoom out on that 15-minute. And I know you know, but I gotta talk. I'm a talking head, brother. So now we zoom out on the 15-minute, and now this candle just looks like it's normal, right? Just a normal candle. But now, if we want to zoom back out, let's look at the 5-minute, guys. We have a huge sell-off here. Look at this big sell-off in SPY. Now trading at 399.30, and we are here real time trying to hold that 399. Guys, we are trading under 400. It couldn't get above that. We just talked about a nice little push up into this pre-market area and a sell-off, and that's exactly what you're seeing here. You heard it first in pre-market prep. Look at that, baby. Technical analysis prevails again. Now, are we going to see this shape up down here and push off higher? We could. We possibly could. But my overall sentiment is probably a little bit more sell-off. A pop into VWAP, maybe. If we're looking decent, we'll see a nice little pop-off into VWAP. But if we don't get any pop-off into VWAP, then it's looking extremely weak. Let's take a look at Tesla. Are we going to get any more money in this? If we get that pop-off into VWAP, we'll be able to add into this trade. But as of right now, guys, I mean, we're up. So I was using this $200 area. I'd probably be out somewhere around 201. So we would say that that's like a 1%, a half a percentage risk. We probably could, let's just say 1%, just so that way we don't think we're over exaggerating this trade. But I used about a 1% risk, 75% risk, and now we're already up, guys. We're already up 2.75. So that risk reward right there is like 1 to 5 risk reward. You're seeing it right here, guys. 1 to 5 risk reward. I took that in front of you. Why? Why did I take that? Guys, the past 2 weeks, we talked about this $200 psychological area on Tesla. So I know where the resistance is. I know where the support is. Where's the supply? Where's the demand? Well, guess what? I have demand. I'll borrow the stock, and I'll return it back to you when I feel it's sitting low enough. So, guys, if we see the overall market failing and we see the Tesla overall starting to look like a big drip, I might just want to hold on to these. I could be wildly wrong. This thing could come back up, retest 200. I'll probably want to add into that, and it might stop me out. Or this thing might want to trade sideways here, build a base. I could be wrong in so many different ways. But when it comes to shorting the SPY, I'm looking for a longer-term move, because look at this, right on that 200-day moving average. I have a feeling we're going to come back down and retest that $100 psychological area. That is a big long-term expectancy on a short amount of shares. But it's a-okay, guys. That's what I'm here to do. I'm here to commentate. I'm here to speculate. And I am here to do stock analysis, guys, every single day, Monday through Friday, 8 till 12. I haven't given the spiel, but right here is my red submarine. If you like red submarines, it has no correlation to the red subscription button. Let's see. Louise Reese says, I have 10,000, it looks like euro, in the 3X inverse SPY ET. I think you meant to say ETF right now. Already 10% up before the day. So if you're looking at the SPY 3X inverse ETF, then you are looking at the SQs, which is SQQQ. This is an inverse ETF, meaning it moves the exact opposite of the SPY, okay? And it's also moving 3 times faster than the SPY. I'm sorry, I'm looking at, this is the QQQ inverse ETF. So if we look at the Qs, which moves relatively the same, although it is higher in the tech bubble, it's going to move inverse. So I believe it's SPX, I believe, is it? That means that is short the SPY. Yes, SPXS. Wow, I'm surprised I remembered that. So Louise, I believe, Louise Reese. My son's name is Reese, so that's pretty cool. But yeah, good for you, up 10%. That is awesome news. That is awesome news, brother. We always want to hear people and their winnings. That's always a good time. Are you an SPXS though? Is that the one you are doing? 3ULS is the ticker. So I'm not sure if that's gonna pop up on this. Nope. So it won't pop up on this. But let me go ahead and put. We'll put up Hoth over here because that's our short term, And let me bring up here on my other trading device here, and we will look up 3 ULS on here, if it wants to let me. 3 ULS, let's just take a look and see what that is. So 3 ULS, Wisdom Tree multi-asset issuer. So this is what he's trading. He's using 3 ULS to trade the S&P 500. It's a 3X inverse ETF. So it means it's going to trade the opposite of what the market is. So, okay guys, so that is another way of trading. And it's a totally different ticker. And if you guys keep an eye out there, there's plenty of people out there that are playing so many different tickers. There are so many different tickers out there, guys. There's so many different things you can keep an eye on. Now look, I wanted to bring this up because in small cap land, it is important to note, it is important to always look back and look at previous day trading. Guys, right here is a beautiful short. We called this out right here. Hoth, 36% gap up. What did we do? We looked to the left. Our biggest average trading in our wiki wick off tops right here in this 360 area. I told you I like to use the tops. This is a psychological $3.75 top. Hoth traded up to that 375 and wiki wicked off. Then came back down, traded up, and started seeing these wicks on the 15-minute. And this is also the 5, just to help give you guys an understanding. And what happened? We sold off. I told you guys we might see this thing sell off, and we are seeing it live time. And this is why I love stock analysis, commentary, because I am here every single day, Monday through Friday, 8 till 12, giving you the real juicy juice. And it's funny because Luis Reese, when you said wisdom tree, man, I thought you were giving me a compliment, brother. But I know exactly what you're talking about. The ULS is wisdom tree. That is the financial group. Tesla breaking lower, guys. We are up 25. We're up. We're up a can of coffee in this. Okay, we're up a can of coffee. This is great. And I told you guys I want to hold on to this for longer. I do want to see a bigger expected move on this. So this is great that we're seeing this. And you're seeing it here. I'm doing it live for you guys. Okay, live. It's simple. It's easy trading. It's supply and demand. And it doesn't have to be stressful because I know where my risk is, guys. I know where my risk is, and that's why we took this trade, and that's why we did it in front of you. And if you guys like that, if you respect what I'm doing in front of you, because, guys, it is hard. Trading is not easy. I showed you 2 losing trades before I'm showing you a winning trade. Now, that is me putting it on the line. It's okay to be wrong as long as I am learning from my losers. You're just a loser if you're not learning, okay? That's all you are. You are a loser if you're not learning from what you are losing from. And I mean that. That should be a staple. You are a loser unless you are learning. That might be a staple on this show, guys. I really, really do appreciate you being here, letting me spit what I can to you every single day. As I'm speaking, Tesla's breaking down now at a new day low of 192.25. We are up $35 on this trade. We're going to go ahead and get rid of the P&L on that trade. I don't want to seem like I'm bragging or anything on that. It's just a well sought out move. We actually talked about this for weeks at a time, and I told you anywhere around this 200 I'm going to play. I'm going to play the test. And if we can see this bounce back up from this liquidity sell-off, because we've seen a big rush down, and we can see it pop back up, I might be able to get full share size into this, guys. So that would be absolutely awesome. Zach Carter swinging in. Love you, brother. He says, Zach, thank you so much. Zach actually did not have a YouTube account. He created a YouTube account just to hit the like, just to hit the subscribe. So, brother, I absolutely love you. Thank you so much for swinging in here, guys. If you don't know where the like button is, it is right here. Take a look at the screen. I bring it up for you guys so you know where it's at. Just smash that like button, guys. We absolutely appreciate all of you being here. I'll hit this reset here to see where we're at. And look at this, guys. We are up to 210 subscribers. Thank you guys so much. I cannot thank you enough. The support, the love that I've been getting since I started the show has been absolutely phenomenal. I cannot thank you enough. I love you guys. Thank you so much for being here. Back to stock trading, guys. Hoth, still hard sell-off here. Now I almost wish I took my own trading recommendations, guys. I mean, look at this. I should have taken this, right? Well, no, because Thinkorswim will not let me borrow shares in a small cap like this. That's why when I'm taking short, I use bigger caps. I don't have a Trade Zero account right now. I don't have any other shorting capabilities. I'm using Thinkorswim because it keeps me calm. Reverted back to the mean. Slow day and small cap. Just shorted Hoth for the failed breakout over high of day. So, look, Mikey, I feel like you're late to the game. What's your average in Hoth, dude? Because we've been covering this for a while. This thing spit up right into that traded area in today's traded at 216. What's your average in that, bud? Because my guess when we started talking about was that around that 359, using that 375 as the psychological top. So let me know if I'm spitting at you the right way. Let me know if that's the trade that you're in. And I really would like to know your average, Mikey, and of course your stop loss. So I'm guessing your stop loss is probably 365, but when we talked about it, it would have been the 375. So Mikey's in at 360. Look at that, right where I marked it, ladies and gentlemen. That's what I love. I know how people trade. I do. I know how people trade. If you're in this stock, you're going to risk somewhere around 365 or 375. And if I am correct, Mikey's average is that 360 area. Look, right where we talked about, guys. Right where we... I love it. Sorry I was late. I was focused on trading it. Hey, Mikey, I know. Absolutely, Mikey. But when I see your trades pop up, I get excited. I want to be the first to alert you, Mikey. So it's okay that you're late to the game as long as you're in the trade, and now we can root for you. So Mikey's in here right where we talked about this 360 area, right where we started seeing wick off tops on the 5-minute. We also zoomed out to see what it looked like on the 15-minute. We see in the wiki wick off tops, baby, and now we are making money. 210 subscribers. I am pumped today. We keep on carrying on. We are moving to the north side. Let's go over the indices. Hoth will be on our left for our pal Mikey G, and we will look at the indices over here on the right hand side. After we go through the indices, we will look back on my trades and see how, well, we need to look at Wing right now. So Wing, remember guys, we took the 1-minute breakout. We stopped out with a small $10 or $20 loss. I think it was somewhere around $10. Let's take a look. We lost $24 on this trade, okay, guys? We got out a little bit lower. We were okay with that because we wanted to see how this area played out. After that big break off, we got out. We took the loss, and we will show you our losses every single day on this show as much as we show our wins because we are not trying to show any fluff. We're trying to show you that trading is real, and we surround ourselves with like-minded traders who want to show you the same exact results. We're winning money, we're losing money. As long as we're winning more money than we're losing, then we're going to have a good day, ladies and gentlemen. So Wing bounced off this line. What's this line? We'll look at the daily. It is its highly biggest traded area ever. So if it can shape up in this, we might see another trade. So we're going to keep on keeping on, and we will watch it. But let's run through the indices. SPY looking like a big doo-doo here, guys. This is what I'm talking about. It traded up over that 400. It sold out of that liquidity, and look at this rush lower. Big sell-off pressure in the SPY, trading down now to that 50-day moving average. What a crazy move, and I'm glad I can be here to commentate on it for you. Are we going to see a lower move? Are we going to see it hold out on the 50? We won't know. We're not going to act like we're some hindsight Henrys. We are going to give you that live commentary as it pops up, and as we speak, Hoth is trying to find a little buyout in this area. If I know the way Mikey trades, he is taking a little piece out well below this VWAP area. Unless you know something that I don't know, Mikey, are you taking a little out right here, or are you just going to keep on keeping on? Let me know in the chat, brother. So we're going to go switch to IWM, and as you guys know, I said to you guys, first thing this morning, wow, IWM is looking juicy. It pushed, but look where it traded right into that 189 area, and we found a big sell-off. And now it's going right back down to that area we drew for you at 186.50. Netflix, another pop and drop. We went through these indices, and I said, wow, these are all popping. These are all heading higher. It's looking like a drop. I don't need to repeat myself, but I do want you guys to know I am bringing the best commentary and analysis to you right here, right now. We were so surprised Amazon took off, but look at what it ran into. It's liquidity. Goodness gracious, guys. Technical analysis wins again. Going to Meta. Guys, we talked about Meta. 185. I wanted to short that at 185, but it never got back up there. So we watched Meta continue to fall. What did we say in pre-market analysis and the past 2 weeks? After this 185 break, we're looking to see this fill this liquidity. So my guess is it's going to come all the way back down to that 200 moving average, and then we might see it shape up. But until then, Meta to me is going to look like an overall very weak stock. Let's go to NVIDIA, guys. So NVIDIA, big pop, just like in all the other indices that we talked about, and a big sell-off. Will it shape up on this wick-off bottom that we see in the very beginning of the morning? We won't know. We're not going to be hindsight Henrys, but we will return and check on you, NVIDIA. So relax. Tesla, we are down on Tesla about 2% on the day. We are finally starting to see some wicking off bottoms on the 5-minute. How's the 15-minute looking on this? The 15 wick off bottom is shaping up. We are seeing a hammer candle. If I know anything about those wick off bottoms and those hammer candles, they tell us a little story about supply. Look right here in this base. We're seeing a lot of these wick off, guys. See this? We're getting a buy-in area here. We're seeing a wick off on the 15 here and a buy-off higher. So if we see these wick-offs hold and it start to trend higher, we're going to want to see some selling pressure when it comes to that VWAP. Okay? We don't want to see a bunch of wick-offs. We want to see a slow curl and then another smash from the sell-off if we're looking to short this thing. And that is what we are looking for today. A nice sell-off in Tesla. Okay? So we'll see where we're at right here on the active trader, and it looks like we're up about $32. So it looks like I get to take the wife out to dinner for today, but we won't know until the end of day if this is really going to pay us out. Now, Mikey, we got to catch up on Mikey's chat. I had first cover at 317, but Mike takes him off at 323. So yeah, 317 was his first bid out on a sell-off, which makes sense because that is the lows of the push, the big wick off on the bottom of this. So I understand why you'd want to take it off there. The reason why I brought it up to you is because it finally showed its first green on that 5-minute, which made my heart palpitate, and I'm not even in the trade. So I wanted to ask you that. So yeah, that makes sense. Let me know if you're taking off because I want to know real time what Mikey's thinking so we can get better as day traders when we're shorting these pops. And I'm just so happy I was able to see this and that I called it out before Mikey even called it out. The good old Mikey, I'm glad I could be the commentary. I'm glad I could be your voice for this trade. And if you have a ticker that you're watching or that you love or want me to take a look at, throw that up in chat, guys, because I can be your voice. I can be the bull. I can be the bear with horns. You let me know what you're looking at. And as we talk Google, I need a sip, guys. I need a sip. We're going to do a quick 5-second break. Goodness gracious, great balls of fire. I have to use the restroom, but guess what, guys? We don't use the restroom until noon, and you are here with me until noon. Or if you were doing even better, that's because you showed up for pre-market prep at 8 o'clock. That is the best time to be here. And if you have showed up after pre-market prep, I still appreciate you, but you got to understand the money is made in pre-market. That is where I get all my sentiment levels. Why do I talk about the 400? Why did I short Tesla at 200? Well, because I know these sentiment levels. I know where these things are going to move. Should I take some money off on Tesla? Absolutely. We're touching these areas, but I think we've played around in this area too much. I am holding this thing for the longer run. If this thing wants to come out and stop me out for where I got in, guys, hey, you guys can laugh at me later, okay? But I like to hold on to things for more than a day, and that's why I have such a hard time That's why I have such a hard time trading like some of these Mikeys, okay? Because these Mikeys that come in here, they get in, they get out, they make their money. As to where I'm still holding on to a few shares going, can I make even more money on this? So that's my greed, guys. That's my greed. But at least I know where I stop. Because I'm so greedy, I don't like losing money, and you shouldn't either. So make sure you know your risk when you're taking these trades. And Mikey says, I had my first cover at 317, but Mike takes him off at, okay, I already read that, guys. My bad. My bad. We'll keep on keeping on. It does look like Hoth is starting to wick off on the 5-minute below the VWAP area constantly. So this might even head lower and hit his original target at 317. Let's continue. So we were looking at Google before I took a 5-second sip Shawana, and this thing is really starting to wick off on that bottom. What a big sell-off. I wouldn't imagine this thing just continuing lower before it actually found some buying pressure, okay? So Hoth, it looks like Mikey is headed out of Hoff. I'm headed out to enjoy the day. Now that's what I like to hear, Mikey. Good for you. Thank you for stopping by. He came, he saw, he took his trade, and now he's going to go spend a little bit of that hard-earned money. Thank you, Mikey. We love having you in here. You are amazing. Thank you, sir. All right, guys, so let's see what else is trading. What's Papa-locking? LLAP, that thing just Drano. GOOGL is finally looking for a little buying power with a big wick off on that 15-minute. Let's go ahead and look at the Qs. It looks like the Qs are also finding a nice wick off down here. It looks like it wants to find some buying power. Apple, same thing, some wicking off on that bottom. SMH, not nearly as much, but looking better. Let's take a look at our dollar index. Our dollar index looks like it's finding some support on this uptrend, and it looks like it is going to just trade sideways. So just indecisive for that. Dow Jones, after that huge sell-off yesterday, does not want to hold, but it does look like at 3307, it did find some buying power. So we might see the Dow Jones find a nice little area here like it found back here a couple weeks ago, and we'll see if it wants to trade lower or head higher. As I speak, LLAP bounces off that VWAP and starting to head lower. This is just the Russell future, guys, so don't let it get confused. And this here is the NASDAQ. We like looking at the NASDAQ 100 because if we look at the NASDAQ, guys, we know that the NASDAQ is all right here. I'll just bring it up for you. NASDAQ is all American companies. Okay, all American companies, I do believe. So is the company that weighs are listed from largest to smallest. The index is heavily concentrated with technology companies, but also includes companies from other sectors. It is also used as a barometer of the health of technology sector. The largest 20 companies comprise most of the weight in this index. So scratch that. It's not all American-made companies, or even if they are, they're still buying and shipping all their products from other places. As you can see, Amazon is one of our heavily weighted in here. Okay, so we have Apple, Microsoft, Amazon, Nvidia, Tesla. So, this is our biggest, weighted stock that a lot of people keep an eye on. And look at this, guys, right back down here at this traded area, okay? So this is a really important area. Is this going to trade sideways here? Or is this going to head even lower? And that's what everybody's asking because, it's sitting right here on its 30. It is trading better than a lot of the other indices, but this is tech. Tech usually does do well amongst the rest of the leaders, or it usually acts as a leader. So let's look at the VIX, guys. So the VIX is still carrying higher. It's trading at 23, okay? And 23, guys, if you don't know what VIX is a volatility index, meaning how crazy is the market right now, all right? So if the market's crazy, you're gonna know why. Or you can actually get the barometer of how crazy it is by looking at the VIX. All right, let me make sure we don't have anything crazy going on the stream. Looks like we're doing good. We got 15 in here still. Guys, this is an awesome day in the market. I hope you're enjoying it as much as I am. We got the SPY over here on the right-hand side. It looks like it's finally finding some support, trading now at 399.17. So let's go over our trades really quick. Let's see if Tesla is still wanting to hold down. So we did talk about Tesla on that 15-minute wick off, and we expected to see a nice push up after we see those 15-minute wicks. Okay, so we got the wick off, and now let's see where we're at in the trade. So we were up about 30 bucks. We're up about $25 right now. No big deal. We don't want to sit here and stare at our P&L. We know what the trade is. We don't want this thing getting up above 200 if we're short. Now, if you're in this and you're in long, then of course I want to see this thing take off to the moon. And if it does, that's A-okay, because I know my stop off area is this $200 area. If we get into 201, I'll definitely be out, okay? So I'm going to keep an eye on this thing. Now, if it comes back up here and say we trade sideways for the next couple hours and we get back up here in a VWAP, well, that's where I'll be looking to add into my short. Or maybe a little higher, I might add into my short, because I would like to get a total of 10 shares in this rather than the measly 5 that I hold. Now, I could be wildly wrong. These aren't buy or sell recommendations, but do keep in mind, guys, I am here for you. So if you're looking at something that I am not, throw that up in the comment section. I would love to take a look at it. We also have US stock traders on Facebook. They're giving us a little shout out, and I don't know how long Trey's going to do it for us, but I do appreciate him 110% getting me up on the front lines of US stock traders on Facebook, because that is putting us on blast to 16,000 people. 16,000 people. Hopefully they're like-minded traders. Hopefully they pop in here, they see us, and they say, hey, this is good commentary, and we want to be a part of it. So they will hit that subscribe button. So guys, let's keep on keeping on. What do we have? What are you looking at? Because I went through a ton of stuff today. Let's take a look at Wing and see how that's doing. So Wing is trying to shape up on its high of days, but I have a feeling we're going to be keeping an eye on Wing for the next few weeks to see how it does compared with the overall market sentiment being to the downside. Now, I say that, and we look, and it's traded at 33.99, guys. 3.99, almost back up to that VWAP. Are we going to start lingering right around that VWAP area? Are we going to trade back up towards its highs? It's good to be here, and it's good to see this happening in front of us, guys. So Tesla starting to see a little bit. We're looking at the 5-minute over here. We're looking at the 15-minute over here. So keep that in mind, guys. We do like to look at different time frames. So if we look at the 15-minute on Tesla, we can see we're starting to see those wicks. We keep talking about the wicks. Why we talk about the wicks on the 15-minute? Because they are a lot more meaningful than on the 5 or the 1-minute. When you start seeing wicks on a longer time frame, that means that there is some supply here, obviously. If you're starting to see wicks, that means it's traded down at these lows and got bought back up, and it had enough time to show us that there is sustainable buying power. So you might ask me, Dave, well then why are you in this trade if you see all this buying power? Well, because I took this trade, and I took this trade around this $200 area. My trade, when I took it, I said out loud, is for at least 1 day move. Okay, so I'm in this thing for 1 day. So if this thing comes out and it stops me out, hey, I will wash my hands of it, and so be it. As of right now, we are up about 5-to-1 risk reward. So EH, only if the market catches a bid. Yes, I do agree with you. If we're talking about this coming up into this $400 area and it can catch a bid, I totally agree. So when we're looking at this, when I talk about catching a bid, I'm talking about these 15-minute wicks right here, okay, on a 15-minute time frame. Okay, because if you look and we see wicks bottoming in these wicks here, I always look for a continuation higher. So I'm looking on that time frame, and then we also want to look at the daily time frame. So we're trading down here. We're probably going to see some slowing down, okay, and some selling pressure, but we're going to also see some buying pressure. This is a very key area in this $400 area. But because we broke through it and we came up to test that 400 area, I'm expecting us to head lower. So CHPT2. So let's take a look at CHPT. Chat. CHP. So this is charge point. Yeah. So charge point, guys, keep in mind if you're looking at an overall time frame next month on the 2nd, charge point has a earnings. Okay, and usually this would move around with the rest of the EV tickers. All right, so if you're into EVs and if you have like an EV watch list like we do right here, we got Solo, we got Ford, Lucid, TM, GM, Plug, Blink, SEV. We also have ChargePoint on there. So why do we have ChargePoint on there? Because ChargePoint has a lot to do with your electric vehicles. But we brought up ChargePoint before, guys. ChargePoint has bonked its head 1, 2, 3, not really 3, but 3, 4, 5, and now 6 times and is heading lower. We brought up ChargePoint and we said when this thing broke out here and it touched this area to watch for a short. We totally forgot to keep on keeping on. So CHPT2, I was referencing to the tickers I'm looking at, but same for you. Hey, well, thank you. Absolutely, man. EH, I'm just happy you're here, brother. I'm happy you're here. I'm happy you're talking in the chat. And if you want to be a part of this every single day, I'm here Monday through Friday, 8 till 12. Let me know what you're trading. And what we like to do here is if you're in something, let me know first what your risk is. So if you're in and you're shorting ChargePoint, let me know where your risk is. 1172, let me know. I would love to be your voice, EH, and I would love to learn from you. Maybe we can learn together. So Tesla, after we seen these wick off on the bottoms, we did have a push, but we didn't make it to VWAP. I wanted to make it to VWAP so we could add into our short, guys, but we didn't have enough buying pressure to push us up into that VWAP on the 15-minute. So it looks like we're going to hang out and see if we can't get that push up to VWAP so I can add into it some more. So do appreciate you guys being here. You guys are all awesome. If you like the mock stock market as much as I do, please hit that subscribe button, guys, because I am here every single day doing this, and I'm here I'm early. you know, we start the show at 8, but you'll see me. You'll see me on the show. You'll see me clicking around. I'm here at 6:30, keeping an eye on things, getting my kiddos ready for school, getting myself ready for the day, making sure I have enough coffee to keep up with you. And speaking of which, let's do a quick 5-second bow rake. I should do another little turnaround because we're going to keep on printing on Tesla if I do. Charge point failing, Tesla failing. Let's look at Hoth. Guys, Hoth still failing. If you remember, we talked about this just a few minutes ago. We called this out. We looked back here. We found the liquidity. We found the range. And I said right here it was to be a great spot to short. But I also said do your due diligence and know where your risk is, guys. Know where your risk is, okay? Let's see what Alex C says. Took a nice reversal at 399.16 and had a stop loss of 399.40. Sold at 397.93. What percentage gain was that, Alex? Let me know what the percentage gain is on that. EH says, I like the EV list you have. I have a similar one. Hey, I appreciate that, brother. Let's just go through it really quick because I even carry Nikola. I carry Workhorse. FUV, RIVN, Tesla, Ride. I have a ton on here, bud. I have a ton. We've been watching these for years now. And yeah, you're going to know Nikola, Tesla, Workhorse, all of those, absolute poopy doopy stocks. These things are bad, guys. Very bad. I remember when Meet Kevin was back here, right here actually. Meet Kevin brought up FUV. He was riding around in his little FUV trying to sell it, and I was like, man, he's probably pumping the stock. And look at it, pumped up, sold sideways, and then just sold off, and now look where it's trading. It's traded at $1.08 right now, guys, and he was pumping it when it was 171, I believe. It's just crazy to me, you know, like even some of these guys you look up to, you know, that you wanna be as successful as. You look at, and they're pumping stocks too. Everybody's pumping stocks. I'm not gonna pump stocks. I'm gonna be the bull with bare horns. I'm not going to be able to move a stock nearly like other people are. So just know I'm not going to ask you of any money. I'm not going to lead you in the wrong way. And I will definitely be the bull with bare horns. Why? Because, guys, I want to see both sides. I don't want it to be too biased. So it looks, let's see. Yeah. So EH says he's got a similar one. Yeah, I absolutely love it. And if you have anything that I don't on your EV list, let me know. Because one day EVs will come back and they will be hot. But it's not no 2020, it's not 2021. These things aren't hot right now. So ARBE down to $6. We have not been back over ARBE. So let's take a little peeky gander. Yes, ARBE breaking down, looking absolutely. Now we didn't get that pop, guys. We talked about that pop up here into the $6.80 to $7 area. We did not get that pop. So in pre-market, we talked about this trade, and Mikey was keeping an eye on it too. All these wick offs here on the 15 minutes. See the wicks off? Now it popped up here, wick off, and then this was a trade that day. Now if we could have got another pop somewhere in this $7 area, that would have been the trade. But we never got the pop, but we do see the sell off. So that's just part of trading, guys. You have a plan. If it doesn't see through that plan, then you don't play it. You don't chase. You don't get in it. You need to have a plan. You need to follow that plan, and you need to do that plan every single day on every single ticker the same exact way. So that way you can have a back-tested log of how you are trading, of what you have, and then you can say, this stock is making me money or this stock is losing me money. I should do this to make money or do this to lose less money. So make sure, guys, when you are taking a trade, it can be back tested. If you can't back test your trade, if you don't have a disciplinary structure on a trade, and you can't tell me why you're in it, well, then that's called gambling, brother. Okay? And I'll tell you this. Let's see if it works. You are a loser unless you're learning from your loser. I think that's catchy, y'all. What do you guys think? We just got a subscriber, Jake Girth. Jake Girth, my man, Jake Girth. Jake Girth was here for my wedding, and he wrestled with me, and that's not something he usually does. So the fact that he would break out of his comfort zone, get with me on the mat, and wrestle around with me to see who could best who, I really appreciate that. That always makes a friend when you can just wrestle out of nowhere. Yes, I do jiu-jitsu, so it wasn't weird. We have a whole community full of jiu-jitsu people. I guess it can be kind of weird depending on how you look at it. It's weird if you don't do it. Let's put it that way, right? It's weird if you don't do it. But yeah, Jake Girth, I'm pumped that you're here. Thank you so much for the subscribe. Guys, we are up to probably 211 subscribers now. I'm blessed to be here. I'm glad I can be your voice of reason for the stock market commentary. Stock commentary market. We'll just jumble all the words together. You can decipher what I'm supposed to say. So let's go ahead and look at Tesla since we are breaking down Tesla right here back at its lows. We did not get back up into VWAP. So unfortunately, we're only going to be able to hold these 5 shares. We are up $33. I took this trade live in front of you today. Why? Because that's what I love to do. And if you like it too, hit that subscribe button, guys. I'm here every single day, Monday to Friday, 8 till 12. Let's catch up on chat. ARBE down to $6. Yes, sir. Not sure how to check the gain after I sold without doing the math, but a contract at 262 and sold at 341 per, wow, 25-ish, I think. Alex, you're hitting those 20% licks almost every single day. We love it. We love you being here and you sharing your trades with us so we can learn from the mistakes and we can learn from the greats. Okay, guys, so what's up next? EH says, I started trading EVs again in January when I thought the market was going to get some upside. Worked out pretty well. Hey, yeah, absolutely. And I took a few trade on Tesla, but that's the only one I have been trading. Now, I did see Lucid. Lucid had that big push up that had that big pullback at that $18 area. And when I seen that, I was like, well, let's see if Lucid can keep building higher lows after that big sell-off. So here's Lucid, and here's that big buy-in, and it sold off right into its liquidity back here. See all this liquidity traded, and it just sold right back off. If I remember right, it actually had a down halt. This thing sold off so stinking fast, guys. So you got to be careful when you're in these. Always look left. Always know where your liquidity is because this thing, big buy-in. This was a great trade to be buying in because you could see it rise 10-day moving average, breaking on the 50, and it broke out. But if you didn't take money out and you didn't do it quick, you were right back down where you bought it in, okay, guys? So make sure you are taking profits and you know your risk. But yeah, I kept looking at EVs as well because you could see there was definitely some things starting up and people started to be more risk on. So we will see what's going to go on now in the market now that it's breaking down pretty beautifully. And if it continues to break down, we will see where our next ship shape is going to be. So let's see, we're going to catch up on chat. Alex C says UPST put swing looking like it broke 1920. Ooh, UPST. Guys, UPST is the buy now, sell later, or buy now, pay later. UPST also is banking. They also do a lot of loans, and they had a push-up. What's this big push-up here? Let's see if there's any news. I don't see any news on this push-up. It looks like it's pushing right up into its liquidity from 3 or 4 days ago, guys. This whole area right here is a liquidity area. Here, I'll just mark it out. See all this? I'm taking the center of this VWAP, the center of this VWAP, the center of this VWAP. So this is our area. And look what happens, guys. Now, I did hindsight Henry you guys a little bit on this. Now, if I could have been here a little sooner, I could have drew that out for you. Because if we're just looking at this, not what has happened, we can see that this is a liquidity supply area. And look what happens, guys. UPST gives a nice little push, just like we're seeing a lot in the indices, and a big sell-off here, okay? Because it hit this supply area. Now, can this thing base off and start heading higher? It sure absolutely could. But we need to understand where the supply areas are so we know where our pullbacks are going to be, because you don't want to be buying right here. You want to either be taking some profit right here or just know it's here so you can buy on the pullback. Okay? Now, these aren't buy or sell recommendations. I'm just letting you guys know what I see, what could happen. We like to speculate. We like to commentate. And if you like it too, go ahead and stick around because there is more to come. Monday to Friday, 8 till 12. So Tesla, finally, like I was saying, guys, if we could see it shape up, head a little higher, we might add in a few shares up here at VWAP because we are looking for continued push lower. All right, guys. So it looks like SPY is trying to catch another bid down here somewhere. We're going to see if it wants to do it. I mean, we don't want to see this thing go straight down, okay? If it is, it's just showing how weak the market really is. But if we could see some of these wicks and it come back up to this 15 and test it, that's what usually we're going to see in the market. We're not going to see straight down or straight up, right guys? Things shouldn't go straight down or straight up. If they go straight down, we're usually going to see a little bit of a whip, and it's going to come back up. It's going to find another area, and then it's going to either sell back off or trade sideways. So that's what we're looking for here. We noticed that we have a bottom here. We found some wicks. We talked about the wicks and it trading higher. Now we're starting to see it trade higher. We'll get back up to that VWAP so we can add into it. Time will tell. But until then, we're going to keep an eye on it, and we're going to keep on keeping on. Let me catch up in chat, guys. So yeah, UPST swing. Let me just look at that 1920 though. UPST, yeah, 1920. So let's see. Put swings look like it broke the 1920 area and has a decent area of liquidity. Yeah, so the area of liquidity is up here. Just my personal opinion, Alex. I want you to trade your thing, but I wouldn't take a trade here because it's too extended from the VWAP now, and it's too extended from the supply. I believe the short was above this VWAP area somewhere. Okay, so that way you have better risk. But right now, where we're at here, if you're doing a day trade, your risk has to be, somewhere up here. And then even then, if it does come back up here, this is the area where you would want to take the short. So I don't like this area as a short, and it could be wildly wrong. This thing could go to zero if you short it here, but this is just my analysis. To me, there is no trade on this. Not right now. I think there was a trade, and this would be an area to either take profit, or if it does bounce in there to add into it, but you're too far away from your risk. So I was trading Lucid at that point. EH says my stock hit their target immediately, and then my options went nuts. Yeah, that's awesome, man. That's really, really cool. It's always nice when you get in a trade and things just work out immediately, guys. So if you were bullish on Lucid and you got in on Lucid when that happened, oh yeah, LCID taken off to the 18, bada bing, bada boom. That's that nice, easy money, and sometimes you get it, sometimes you don't. Sometimes you get a CRDO, and that is a yucky trade. So let's see how AM. I called this out in chat for you guys yesterday. After this big push up, we knew that in this area, it was very, very important. Why? Well, let's look at the 15-minute, and it will show us a little bit of reasoning why. We know back here on the daily, we had a lot of volume. It came up and it tested that volume more than once. Then it lingered in that volume area above that $2.90 area, okay? Because it was trading above that, we were expecting some kind of push. Were we expecting this big of a push? No, I was expecting it to at least push and clear out this high a day before we see some study. But we knew we had the ability to push on this, which is beautiful. It's beautiful being able to call that out for you guys. So anybody actually trading these type of small low floats can actually take advantage of it. So I want to take a look at Wing, because Wing was on our main watch list, and look at that. Look at that, guys. See this trade right here? I got to show you my losing trades. As long as I show you my winning trades, you will also see the losing trades as well. I took this on the 1 minute range break, and this thing failed on me. We lost a nice little chunk of $24, but that's no big deal compared to what we have made for the month. We're keeping our losses small and our winners big. So speaking of winners, let's see if Tesla still wants to make us a winner. So we are seeing these wick off, so we might actually have the opportunity to get into this trade and size in a little bit more. Is it going to give us that, or is it going to continue to sell off? Only time's going to tell, guys, but we can look at the indices to see really what's going on. And we're seeing the same thing. We're seeing a lot of wicking off here. This might be the buy area for the higher moves. So we will see. Is this what we want to see or not? We don't know, but with a big sell-off like this, you want to see at least a little something happening. You don't want to see this thing go straight down. Technically, like this looks to me from here to here, this looks straight down to me. So the indice on the SPY usually only moves about 1.4%. And this morning, just this morning, it moved 0.75%. So this thing can still definitely move lower, but we don't want to see it move all in one, because then it'll just whipsaw right back up right where it started. So this thing, yes, it could come right back up where it started even with that, but my anticipation is that because it sold off into this 400, that this big sell-off here was due to the resistance, and this little wick off is going to come back up into this VWAP area and sell off again. Now, I could be wildly wrong. I've been mostly right the past couple of days because of these areas. We know our areas, we know how strong these areas are, and we've been amazingly right lately, and that's great. But I'm not always going to be right. These are all technical analysis trades, and it's all speculation. I could be wildly wrong, and I have been wrong plenty of times before, as you've seen on Wing. Okay, I took a trade this morning. I was wrong on Wing. We got out of Wing when it hit our stop loss. Stop losses come first and foremost, guys, so make sure you set in your stop first, and then we can talk about how much money we want to print. Same thing with AMCX. It stopped us out, but now look, AMCX getting a nice little push. Am I going to chase back into this? Absolutely not. The trade is over, and we'll have to learn from our parameters. Okay, guys? SPY now looking like a big sell-off, trading at 398.36. What are you guys watching? I want to know. You can't just watch everything that I watch because I am here for you. I don't care how many trades I'm in. If you want me to look at any ticker whatsoever, if you want me to talk a little bit about a little something, let me know in the chat. If you're not enjoying this chat, help me bring better content to you by letting me know what you want me to chitty chat about, because I'm here for 4 hours, 8 until 12, guys, and I would love to do it, and I would love to do it for you. So, guys, let me give a little refresher here and see where we are at. We are at 212 subscribers, guys. That is an amazing feat. This is our 3rd week into this. We are only at Wednesday, guys. I believe it's Wednesday, 2/22/23, and we are at 212 subscribers. Are you kidding me? It is an amazing day. And speaking of amazing, how do you spell Amazon? AMZN. And right now it is doing amazing. What do we like about Amazon? Well, we had a big sell-off this morning and everything is looking weak, but look at Amazon finally finding a nice little buy-in area around this 50-day moving average and heading higher. Will Amazon start to sell off at this wick top on the 15 again, or can we see some buying power? Can we hold this area, or are we going to sell off? That is a great point, and thank you for bringing that up in chat, EH, because these are the main levels that we need to watch, that we need to keep an eye on, and that we need to stay focused on for when we're trading. We're going to head to Tesla really quick, just because I'm in Tesla and I want to make sure I don't miss my opportunity to add into this. Now, if the market wants to scream higher, if the Qs want to scream higher and get me out of this trade, then so be it. That might be the way the cookie crumbles, but in the meantime, I'm going to focus on my single trade that we are in, and that is Tesla, because we got stopped out of DraftKings, we got stopped out of Wing, and we are just waiting to see, is this market going to continue to roll over, or are we going to see continued buying power in order to carry higher? You guys know I am a bear with horns. I do like to short, but I love to see the market go higher because I have a lot of money in the equities. I have a lot of money in the SPY itself. And if you have a 401k or if you have a Roth IRA, your money is also in the S&P 500 one way or another, guys. It is bound to happen. Now it is 10:50. We have about another hour and 10 minutes here with me, guys. So if you're enjoying the show, hit that subscribe button. Let me know what you're watching. If you're not enjoying the show, well, there's reasons why. Let's make it more entertaining. Let me know what you want to watch, what you want to see, because I'm here every day, Monday through Friday, 8 till 12. Let's see. Look like the ES wants to stay about 4,000. Yeah, we actually talked about that in pre-market prep, how we're going to see some whipsaw action. We're going to see some buying. We're going to see some selling, but I think that this 4,000 area is just a key level. Like it's not like right on 4,000. It's not going to just sit there and trade all day sideways. We're going to see ups. We're going to see downs. We're going to see ups. We're going to see downs. So all this wicking off on this 15 and this buying power that's heading back up, yeah, it absolutely, it positively could just keep trading right in this area. And if that's the way it's going to be, then that's the way it's going to be, and that's what we're going to cover. But what I would love to see, as much as I would love for the show to be able to commentary on it, would be a direction one way or the other. Wouldn't that be fun to see live here with me, guys? So if you stay tuned, you might be able to get to see that live when it actually finds that direction, and then we get either that buying pressure or we get that selling off. But you're absolutely right, ES wants to stay around 4,000. So let's go over our indices, see how the rest is doing. So look at that. IWM bouncing again off that 186.50 area. All right, so it looks like we are finally starting to see some areas. And now that I'm saying that, TSLA, I almost want to just take my profits in Tesla. And guys, this is going against everything I said, right? So I'm up money in this trade. Do I take out half and hold the rest of the half? You know, so I can make $14, $15 today, or do I want to hold on to this thing for the future trade? Now, if we look at what is exactly going on in Tesla on the daily, we can see that it is a big drip and we have a great price. Is it going to be able to hold out this area? It's probably going to have some fight. But with Tesla moving 6.5% in the day and what I think of the overall market sentiment, I'm going to stay short and I'm going to stay true to this trade. So Alex says he's keeping a close eye on SPY. Yes, we are all keeping a close eye on SPY. That, my good sir, is exactly what everybody wants to know. Is the SPY going to fail in these areas? Let's see how it looks at VWAP, because look at this. I thought about it. I thought about it at 194.83. I seen this green going up here. I'm like, maybe I just get in one more share. But I couldn't do it. It's got to be up here in this VWAP, maybe a little over for me to take another few shares of this, guys. So we want to see how everything's working out, how everything's shaping up. So I want to try and get through these, but we got, this is a key area. This is a key moment. We're coming up to that VWAP area. So let's see how things are happening. Can you look at the 10-year bond futures? I don't know where to look at the 10-year bond futures, so if you can tell me what you look at to see the 10-year, I will be happy to. And we can look at the dollar, the good old Dixie. We got the Dixie down here, the DXY. Oh, look at that, and the Dixie is shooting up, guys. The reason why people like to look at the dollar, because there's correlation, and we're seeing, if you guys know, I like to watch things, follow these moving averages. Now, it looks like the Tesla has found a base and is going to move higher. Why is this important? Well, that means if the dollar moves higher, usually there's a negative correlation to the stock market. If the dollar is moving higher, usually, and let's go ahead and bring up SPY, usually you'll see a reverse correlation. So we have the market is moving up with the dollar currently. Now, this usually has an inverse correlation, meaning if the dollar goes up, usually the SPY comes down. So right now, the dollar is looking strong and the SPY is looking strong, okay? Which is a little different. So are we gonna see some big selling off pressure right here at VWAP because the dollar is trading higher? Or are we gonna see the dollar hit this area and start to head lower? So we will see. It looks like the SPY was the first to crack on the 15. It looks like the SPY had a nice little pullback there, so we will see. We will definitely keep an eye on it. He says he uses TradingView for the 10-year one exclamation mark, 2-year one exclamation mark, and 30-year one. So that is great. I learned something today, guys. I usually don't look at these bonds, and I'll tell you why. I don't look at too many indicators. I'll bring up the dollar, I'll bring up the bond, I'll do all that stuff for you guys, and I will learn from it while I'm doing it. But definitely one thing is I try not to bring in too many indicators. And the reason why I don't bring in too many indicators, guys, is simply put, the more indicators you have, the more it can split my way of deciding. I like to keep things as simple as I possibly can. So right here is the 10-year yield. The 10-year yield is rising, okay? So keep that in mind, guys. I'm not going to try and explain any correlation because that is not my area. EH, if you want to try to explain the correlation in the comments, that would be great. We can all learn a little something from it. But before I start spitting about 10 years and 2-year yields and how the bonds work with or in correlation to the stock market, I don't, first of all, think we have time for that. And second of all, I don't know enough to try and act like I do. So maybe this weekend I will take a nice deep dive into 10-year yields before I start spitting about something I don't know. So back to what I do know, the SPY right here on that VWAP area. Let's take a look at the 5-minute and see if that gives us any more intuition as to what's going on. So yes, back in this VWAP area, looking a little bit more healthy now, but still trading under the $400 moving average. So we'll definitely keep an eye on SPY, and let's take a look at Uncle Tesla to see where it's trading. Yep, here we go. We might actually get our opportunity to buy into Tesla. more short is what I'm looking for. So we will see what the SPY wants to do here and if we want to add into this short, because we know this $200 area is strong, but we also know we have a lot of trading below here. So what are we going to do, ladies and gentlemen? You would use the 10-year bond like the Dixie. It's inverse to the market. I did notice that. I did understand that the Dixie is inverse and why it's inverse, but when it comes to the 10-year bond, I imagine the 10-year bond, if I can just throw this out there, and you guys can correct me if I'm wrong, but if we have a 10-year bond and people are buying into bonds, that means that people are putting their money into bonds that are going to produce them money in the future, and they're going to give it 10 years to do it, rather than putting their money into the market where they are trying to see a percentage gain. So if they believe the bonds in 10 years are going to be worth more money than putting their money into the market right now, that would show why there would be an inverse correlation to it. So if you think money is going to be worth more in 10 years and you're going to buy bonds that are due in 10 years, instead of putting your money in the market right now, well, that tells us that the market looks weak with the overall sentiment. I believe I said that pretty well, actually, for off the top of the head. But like I said, guys, I'll do more research over the weekend. So anytime I regurgitate this information to you on things I don't know, I have a better understanding the next time we revisit this. Alex C says he took a SPY call on $398 and sold at $399.27. So that is awesome. Pretty heavy resistance area, so didn't want to take the gamble. Yeah, I definitely agree with you. There is definitely some resistance down here. We talked about it, we've seen it, and we might actually see sustainable buying power here. So we'll see what happens here in the SPY. We definitely want the SPY to make some money, but we want to make some money on the downside if it's there. Okay, guys? So we're coming up finally into that VWAP area. We're going to really see, this is the real test here, to see what's going down. So guys, behind me, yes, it is a red submarine. This red submarine, yes, I drew the red submarine. It did come off of a YouTube video. I couldn't just come up with that myself, unfortunately. My art is in the market. It's not in drawing, but I do want to explain that that red submarine behind me has zero correlation to the subscription button or bell, or even that like thumb button for any reason. And just so you know, it doesn't have correlation. Right here is the thumbs up button. Right here, I click it. I want you guys to know me clicking this has nothing to do with my red submarine behind me, okay? No correlation whatsoever. Nothing to the red subscribe button. Guys, we took trades here. We are here every day, Monday through Friday, 8 till 12, and we have 1 hour left to go on this stock market trading show. So thank you for joining me. Thank you for being here. I do appreciate everyone and all the subscriptions. Things are looking really interesting today. So the SPY, we're on a new 15-minute candle. Is it going to push up through this VWAP, or are we going to see some sustainable selling off right here? So now it looks like I'm only really covering 2 tickers, the one I'm in, Tesla, and SPY, because this is the real show right here. So here comes Tesla. We had a lot of selling off pressure right here, and now it looks like we are starting to see some volume come in on this 5-minute, coming right up into this VWAP area. So what do I want to do? Well, just like I said before, guys, I've seen this VWAP area. I do like the VWAP area, and if I add into this, if I add short, that means I'm going to have to bring my stop down. So if my average into this is 199.41, we're at 199.41, so just above where this is, 199.41. We'll just say 46 so we don't have to keep messing around with it. So if I go ahead and add 5 more shares into this, this is most likely going to bring my stop somewhere down into the 198 area. Do I like that? Do I like it being brought down to the 198 area, or do I just like the shares that I have and hold on to this, or maybe I just add 1 or 2 more shares in to help complete my confidence? So as we talk, this thing moves higher and into VWAP, and is giving me plenty of time to think about my risk tolerance. So my risk tolerance is in this what's the beautiful thing, guys, is if I don't do anything here, I'm still in this trade and I'm still up money, okay? And if this comes back up to where I got in, I can get out for a 0 stop loss. Or I can hold on to it for the day like I like to with a little bit of movement here, knowing we have a plenty of overhead resistance. So I think what I'll do is I will sell the bid. I'll get one more share of this. Okay, we'll give it a little bit more time to see what the SPY wants to do here at this VWAP, see what this wants to do at this VWAP, and then from there I can make a little bit more calculated decision. I don't have to buy the top. I don't have to play on this green. I did play on the green, but I can add into it after I understand the overall sentiment. So yes, right at VWAP, we are watching it. We are keeping a close eye, and if things go sour, all we do is we cut, because we know our risk, right, guys? If you know your risk, you can't lose too much. The only way you lose too much is if you're a loser and you don't learn. I like it. I think that that's going to be a staple. Alex came through and said, I had Tesla breaking my 196.56 support. Good catch on the short with that in the morning. Didn't even look to close. Was so focused on SPY. Well, hey, it's good that you're focused on it now because it's back up to VWAP. So I hope you got some profits a-cooking on that one, my brother. So in the meantime, we are watching Tesla ramp back up into that VWAP area. Will it bounce here or will it head higher? That's what we want to know. That's what I want to know. But if you want to know something else, why don't you let me know in the chat, guys? All you got to do is put a little something in the chat, a little something. 1, 2, 3, or 4 letters, and I will look it up. Don't make them random letters, because if I can't find them, we can't analyze them. Right, guys? So let's go through really quick on the right-hand side. We already been looking at the SPY. It looks like the Russell is doing a great job with another push off the top, trading above VWAP now, looking delicious. But again, guys, I'm a bull, or I'm a bear today. I'm thinking things look pretty poopy. Netflix trading at its lows, trying to get a little push off the bottom here, looking overall weak next to the rest of the market. Microsoft looking weaker, trading below that VWAP area. Now Amazon, good old poopy doopy Amazon, still below that $100 area, so I'm not going to be looking at it. But we can tell that it is shaping up on that 50-day moving average, because after it has touched that 50-day moving average, it is trading higher now. So that looks absolutely amazing for Amazon. Good for you, Amazon. And it looks like Tesla is starting to sell off at that VWAP area. So you know what I'm going to do, guys? I'm going to sell the bid one more time because it is showing proof of my concept. Now we're up 7 shares. I could be wildly wrong. These aren't buy or sell recommendations at all. I'm just taking these because my overall sentiment tells me that we are seeing a lot of pops, a lot of drops, and we aren't listening to hip hop. Okay, so Meta is having a little push up, trading above its VWAP area. But guys, I've been talking about Meta. After it broke that 185, if it didn't pop up to retest it, this thing looks like doo-doo garbage. Hot, flaming doo-doo garbage without any Cheetos. So this thing is probably going to sell off, and I say probably because I don't really know. I don't have a crystal ball, but down to 153. And if it trades down to 153, then so be it. That's A-okay. Then maybe it'll shape up on that 30-day moving average, and we can find a trade in Meta for a future bullish outlook. Anyway, guys, Tesla touching that top on the 5-minute. Now we are looking on the 5-minute, so it has a little bit more information than I'm used to. So we will keep it on the 5-minute just to keep things interesting. But it did come up, it did touch VWAP, and it did sell off a little bit. Does that mean that we're going to wildly head lower? Absolutely not. That just means that our sentiment is correct and we might trade higher, but as of right now, it is still to the bears. The bears still hold control. Okay, now if I don't see this thing get up any higher or break this VWAP anymore, I'm probably going to add in another share. That's just how I roll with these shorts. I try to average into them. You guys were here. I took a few shares up here at this. I took about 5 shares up here at this $200 area. I said when it came all the way down here, hey, this is great, but I'm waiting for it to bounce back up to this VWAP to add a few more shares in. Now, I could be wildly wrong. Adding these few shares could be absolutely against me. It could go against me and stop me out for either break-in or a small loss. If that happens, that's okay. You're going to see me here do it live. I'll show you how hard trading is. But if I am right and we start to head lower, just like everything looks like it's giving a bounce to short, then I print more money. Okay, so I'm going to keep adding this thing all the way up until it breaks VWAP. Then I might even add a few more, but that's going to be our new sentiment. Now, it looks like we're curling over and we're starting to head down. So I'm going to sell the bid one last time, and we will just see where we're at with 8 shares on good old Uncle Tesla. Currently, we are up $25 on this trade, and we will see if we can continue to print money. Am I trading the FOMC meeting? So that is a great question, EH. I will definitely be here. The next FOMC meeting is not till next month, right? Just so I don't have to look it up, why don't you guys go ahead and let me know what day that lands on? Because I don't have it off the top of my head, but I can be here and I can stream for the FOMC meeting when it comes to trading the FOMC meeting. If I were to take a trade on the FOMC meeting, it would definitely be after the FOMC meeting. Okay, so after I get all the information and I get an understanding of which way the market wants to head, that is when I trade the FOMC meeting. Okay, so I can definitely be here. It's today at 2 p.m. Goodness gracious. Yeah, no, I won't. I'm definitely not going to be here for the FOMC meeting. Am I playing it? Well, it does look like I'm playing it because I will hold Tesla overnight, which isn't the best idea, guys. Keep in mind, if there is an FOMC meeting or anything crazy going on in the market, you need to keep that in mind. Let's see, 2-year first note auction, 5-year note auction, FOMC minutes. Okay, so it's the FOMC minutes that are coming out, guys. It's just the minutes. That's not an actual meeting. What's coming out at 2 p.m. is just a reading of what they talked about. So yes, it can be volatile. You'll probably see a little move, but the people that are trading that are algos. The algos are going to read those, what it says, and it's going to trade what it says faster than you can take a bid. Okay. Now, correct me if I'm wrong, if we are having an FOMC meeting, but I'm pretty sure these are just the FOMC meeting minutes. And if it's just the minutes, no, I'm not going to be here. That shouldn't be anything that impressive. Okay. But if you guys ever want me to cover any crazy data, any minutes, any whatever's correlating for the day, you need to let me know. If we get enough of you guys wanting me to cover something, that's what I'm here for. I'm here for you. And if you want me to do that, as a correction, I'm not trading the FOMC, but after, okay, yeah, I gotcha. Yeah, guys. I definitely like watching the FOMC meeting when it actually is airing, and we can actually do that. They usually hold it pre-market. I could be wildly wrong about that, but let's see what Alex got to say. 398.60 area for the SPY, and I'm entered shorts to play 397 area. Not entering any lower or higher on this position. Looking at the 1 to 3 minute chart, by the way. Yeah, I know that you're looking at a smaller chart time frame. Let's go ahead and look at the SPY, and we will look at on my 15 minutes. So we're starting to see some wicks off here at the VWAP. You guys know how I like wicks on the 15 minute. Now, if we zoom in on the 5 minute, we can also see plenty more correlation. We're starting to see a lot of sell-off in this VWAP area. Does that mean that we head lower? No, that just means that we are starting to see some action happening here. Okay, is that action going to be bullish or bearish? I don't know, but I will cover it for you. It is 11:09, so we are here less than 1 hour. So if you like what you see what you like, hit that subscribe button, guys, because I'm here every single day, Monday through Friday, 8 until 12. Now, Tesla, still trying to hold around this VWAP area, just underneath it. Are we going to see this VWAP area hold and it head higher, stopping us out of our trade? Or is this thing going to continue its sell-off? We can try and find an answer in our overall market sentiment. So SPY looks like we're starting to see some red. We're also starting to see some red in the IMW. It's not trading nearly as high as what it broke out today, but it is trading higher than yesterday's close. So that's good for IWM. Netflix trading lower than its close and trading at its lows of the day. Microsoft also trading at below its open of yesterday and trading closer to its low of days at 252.50. Amazon still trying to trade at its high of the day, but looking like we have 2 wick off tops on the 5 minute on the top. Let's look at the 15. I know we have bull horns right here, guys. Bull horns, but it's for a bear sentiment. I call it bull horns, but that's not bull horns. That is a bear wearing bull horns right here, because we are seeing all these wick off. When I see wick offs on here like this, my sentiment is to the south side. Now, it could be wildly wrong. These aren't buy or sell recommendations. But if we keep on looking at this, we might see an overall sentiment of what is actually going to happen in the market. How is our trades going to play out? So if we look at Meta, Meta's still getting that little push off the bottom, off of its 167 or 169 base. If you guys caught this double bottom, it does look like it's playing out very well, but make sure you're taking profits when the market is looking weak. So NVIDIA also bouncing off this bottom on this 204. You guys, here's another 15-minute wick, a nice little push into VWAP. Is it going to hold off on VWAP, or are we going to see some selling there? We'll definitely have to come back and check that out for NVIDIA. Let's look at Tesla. Well, we've been going over Tesla. It looks like we're trying to see if it wants to hold out underneath the VWAP area or if it wants to head lower. Google, with an L, looks like it pushed off with a big wick off these 90 bottoms, $90.61, and it pushed higher. Where is it trading? Right at its high of today, wicking off on the 15-minute like it did once before. Guys, that's a bad sign for Google. You guys know what I'm going to say when we see these wicky wick off tops. So let's look at the Qs. The overall sentiment in the Qs, well, I want it to look the same as Tesla. The same as Tesla. Why? Because it's one of the highest weighted prices in Tesla. One of the highest weighted averages is Tesla. So if we're seeing Tesla bounce off and I want to see a VWAP bounce and head lower, well, that's what we're seeing in Qs. We just need to make sure we stay patient and we stay true to our trade like we have from the very start of when I took this in the morning. Right, guys? Stay true. Be disciplined, know your risk, and know if you're a loser, it's because you're not learning from your trades. So save all your trades and we will go over them together. Apple, nutritious and delicious. We got Apple trading just above that 200-day moving average, trying to hold its ground. Some big sell-off the past 3 days, breaking some key areas, but finding support at 147.50, 147, almost even, and this thing has a little bounce. Now, the sell-off from this morning, it's still trading below yesterday's close, and it's trading well below its open this morning. So, Apple also bouncing and trading lower now off of that VWAP area. Do we continue to see more sell-off throughout the day to the downside after lunch? Only time will tell, guys. But we are up around $30. We need to get rid of this P&L. I got to stop staring at this thing in the face. I see 30 bucks. I think, hey, we're going to lunch, huh? Let's go get some spaghetti, huh? But I don't want lunch. I want to buy a brand new car. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to short Tesla until I at least see tomorrow's opening to see what the sentiment is. So that is my trade on Tesla. Let's look at Wing. Yes, we did get stopped out on Wing, and we know in bear market sentiments, these episodic pivots, or AKA earnings continuation trades, they don't do so well, okay? If you guys want to know more about episodic pivots or earnings continuation plays, just holla at your boy. I got plenty of material. If you want to learn more than what you can learn in these 4 hours, I have a slew of wanted information just sitting on the back burner, guys. I have a book collection that I can also send your way, but you can learn all of this for free. Everything that I have learned is free. Yes, I have paid for some Discord accounts just because I was new and I was following price alerts. But guys, I'm well past that. Now you're here. I'm doing the same thing for you as others did for me. I'm regurgitating information that was told to me. I'm showing you real analytics, real price action right here in front of you every single day. And I will never ask of you for anything except for to hit that subscribe button, baby. Why? Because everything should be free. You should learn for free, especially if somebody myself is so passionate to regurgitate information. I'm not going to ask you to give me money. I'm going to ask for you to be the crowd. Be my crowd. Give me the microphone so I can do what I love to do, and that's stock commentary. And boom, look who shows up, ladies and gentlemen. We got my mama. Mama's in the chat. Let's give her a cheers. This is for you, Mama. I know you don't have sugar in your coffee, but I do today because that's hot cocoa. So here's my 5-second break, and we will get right back to the stock market. You know what sucks when you gotta pee is when you're guzzling down coffee. So hopefully we can do everybody a trader. Hey, Dad, define stocks, please. Sure, I'll be happy to define stocks for you. Stocks, it's real simple. Stocks is one share. One share is one piece of a bigger equity. So if you look at Tesla and we say one share or this is a stock, that means you can trade it. That means instead of going and buying a piece of Tesla saying, hey, I want to own Tesla. Tesla is great. You can say, hey, I own one share of the stock Tesla. Okay? So that's probably the better way to put it, is to say that this is a company that you can own a piece of. So you buy a stock of Tesla. Okay? They have it on stock. You can buy it, you can own it, you can give it back to them when it's worth more or worth less. So if you're going to give it back to them, hopefully it's worth more, okay? And if you didn't, make sure you know your stop loss, right? So that is a quick and easy definition of what is a stock, David. Thank you for hopping in. Thank you for asking. Mom, I'm so pumped that you're here. I'm pumped that you're here. What kind of creamer are you using, Mama? What kind of creamer is it? We got 18 in here, guys, and we have about 45 minutes left. I do this every single day, Monday to Friday, 8 till 12, and I'm killing it today. We are up a couple of sandwiches. We're up about 30 bucks on this trade, and I called every single portion of this play out for you. Why? Not just because I love you, but because I'm a disciplined trader, and that's what you have to be if you want to be consecutively profitable, okay? If you want to be consistently profitable trader, you need to know your edge. You need to know what supply and demand is. You need to show up here in pre-market every day so we have an overall better and beautiful idea of what's going on in the stock market. So, EH says, if you buy enough stocks, you can tell the company what to do. Absolutely. So if you want to tell the company what to do, you need to find a stock that has a low amount of liquidity unless you are a whale trader that has a ton of money that buys heavily into a stock, and then you can go in there and say, hey, look, we're going to start selling makeup with our cars, and they'll think that you're crazy, and they'll try and kick you out. So glad to see you, Mama, checking on her boy. Yeah, EH, this is a very family-oriented stock show. As you guys know, I keep it very, very strict here. I'm very disciplined on my trades. I tell you exactly what's going on. I do not want to confuse anybody in the market. I don't want to be full of fluff. I'm not going to act like I'm going to make you rich, but I can tell you this, I'll put you right on the right start of a good financial road. I'm building a foundation for you to build up off of. And I tell you what, guys, if you want to be a part of it, just hit that subscribe button because I'm here every single day, Monday to Friday, 8 till 12. And Mama, she's got that oat milk cream. That oat milk cream. Now, I don't know nothing about oat milk, but I don't know how you milk an oat. I imagine it takes a lot of pressure to get one drop of milk out of there. So that must sound like some very expensive creamer. Look at Wing, good old chicken wing, flying. It looks like it's got its wings clipped right here and is heading lower. Yes, dad jokes are free. I will not charge for dad jokes either. NVIDIA coming back up to that VWAP area. What is VWAP? Volume Weighted Average Price. VWAP, V-W-A-P, Volume Weighted Average Price. That means this purple line that you're looking at right here is the average area of shares that have been traded. So all of these shares up here and all of these shares down here, if you throw them together, the average price bought today was at 207.41. So if you're looking to long this stock, okay, which NVIDIA is a beautiful stock and might travel higher, we don't know. But if you're looking to short this stock, or if you're looking to go long, you would want to get it on a day trade basis below this VWAP area. These aren't buy or sell recommendations. I'm just talking here, okay? Big wick off on the 15. You would want to get it under this VWAP because you want to be under the volume weighted average price if you're looking to earn money. You want to own the share at a better price than what your average person is buying on this day, because if you own it at a lower price, then it's more likely to revert to the mean and head back to VWAP. Okay, guys? Now, is it going to hold off on VWAP? We don't know, but it looks like it's trying to break through and is looking good for NVIDIA. So I would need to look at the overall market because this isn't getting the selling off that I had anticipated. So if this gets anywhere back up into VWAP or goes over now that I have taken my trade, I might want to just call it quits. So we're going to watch this, and if this gets too close to where I've added in, we're going to take a win and call it a day, because we want to look at the rest of the overall market, because I want to take a win out of here, guys. I always want to make some money. So if we keep seeing this, and we keep seeing this buying pressure under this VWAP, and we don't see any more sell-off, then that shows me that there's overall sentiment in buying pressure underneath here. We already see these 15-minute wick offs. Now we're seeing it bounce off the VWAP and starting to get some more wicks here. Okay, not seeing a lot of volume, and we're getting close to lunchtime. So maybe we give it time, we relax, we sit back and relax, but we shall see. EH says, I just bought the NQ at 12.081. I think we can get above VWAP. So I believe the NQ is your NASDAQ. So over here, it would be the NDX. Or we'll type in NQ and just see if it pops up, which I highly doubt. Yeah, NQ is NQ Mobile. So I believe NQ for you is going to be the NASDAQ, maybe Mini. But this is the NDX, which is the NASDAQ. And I have no VWAP on this, but we can add it so you guys understand how to do it. So I go over here, I click that little icon with the little potion thing on it. I type in VWA, it pops up, I double click, I click apply. And now if we look on the bottom here, we have this beautiful purple line that will show us where that VWAP area is. And it is not, because this is the futures. So I should have known, silly me, but it's A-okay. So NDX, it looks like this NASDAQ is finding support. We did talk about this in pre-market. It's finding support in this area. It doesn't want to go lower than this. So yes, I can definitely see that being an awesome trade for you, and this might have some bullish sentiment, just as this looks like it's having some bullish sentiment. So I'm not a stubborn trader, guys. If I start to see something go not in the way that I had intended, then I will take another peeky gander, and then I will ask myself, is this a trade that I want to continue in, or should I just take my profits and get the heck out? So that being said, we're going to keep a very close eye on Tesla. I think what I'll do is I will set my 8 shares, my stop loss of 8 shares, right above this wick off top and above VWAP. So 195.68. And watch this, guys. I'll probably set it at 195.68. It'll smack 195.68, and then it will just carry on lower. We could set this right to break even to give ourselves some more room at 197.69, which is right here, which is a pretty good area. That is a pretty good area. So maybe we just give this a little bit more time, guys. You do need to give it time, especially if we're trying to be in this thing for a full day. We don't want to get ourselves out prematurely, especially with the ability to head even lower here, guys. So is this a buy-in area? Did I play this the right spot? Well, only time will tell, but we are getting back up to that VWAP area, and it does look like it's starting to see a little wicky wickerson. So all in good time, we shall see. Just crossed VWAP, but will it hold? That is a great question, EH, and I'm glad you're asking questions rather than trying to say what's going to happen. We always want to have that, if this happens, we will do this mentality, and you're a loser unless you're learning. I like it. Yeah, so if we look at the overall sentiment, guys, we keep coming back to here. SPY, we get the wick off on bottoms. We come up, and we're meeting VWAP. As it tried to sell off on VWAP, it looks like it's sustaining that buying power. So if it continues to hold that buying power at VWAP, that could be a bullish signal. That could make this trade look like it wants to head higher. And same thing with Tesla. If it breaks out of this area, I might just want to be getting out of these trades, because I wouldn't want to take a bigger loss than, I'd rather take a profit than take a loss on this trade. Or we have another option, and that would be to let this thing go, okay? And it brings my stop loss to break even at 197.69, okay? Now, I just don't want to take a loss. Can you hear me? I just don't want to take the loss. So I like to keep a wide range, but I also like to keep my money. Now we're starting to see a little bit of the sentiment on this VWAP. Maybe it will break down here, but that's all in good time, guys. These are all real live thoughts that I'm having in front of you as a day trader, as a swing trader, or even as a long-term holder. When you're looking at these things, you want to know if you're a long-term holder, well, it doesn't look like we're getting over this 200-day moving average. It looks like we're getting some sell-off. Well, where was your stop out if you're a long-term holder? Did you buy in here as a long-term holder? Are you back to break even? Well, with the sentiment that's in, is this something that you want to hold? Are you fully in? Are you only half in? You know, those are all big questions. So you should have a game plan before you get in. And then if your game plan is changing, you need to really ask yourself what the bigger picture is. What was your original plan? Well, my original plan was to average in this $200 area, and I did. I got about half of my share size in. It pulled back, and I said, this is great. We're up about 30 bucks down here, okay? And I said, if this bounces, because we started to see some wicks, that I wanted to add in at this VWAP area. So that's exactly what we did. We added into this VWAP area. We're up to 8 shares. Now, it came down. We found some buying pressure at 193.50, and it's pushing back up, and now is touching VWAP. So what's going to happen here, guys? We will only be able to react. I don't have a crystal ball, so if I did and I knew which way it was going to go, I would put my whole account into this thing and I would trade like a dying man on his last trade, right? I would make my family as much money as I possibly could. But because we don't have a crystal ball, we're only going to react to what-if scenarios. What if this breaks above? Well, I'll probably get out with a small win. What if this breaks down below? Well, I'll wish I had more shares short, huh, guys? So remember, I am shorting this. I have borrowed shares from Thinkorswim, and I'm going to give them back when they are at a lower price than what I bought them for. We have this 200 area marked, but our new area that we bought in is 197.69. So we are right here. We are right about, we are right here with this trade. I'll even make this, we'll make this yellow so you guys know that it is a short trade. And this is the 200 area where I started to get in. Started to get in here, averaged in when it came up to VWAP, and now it brought our average to 197.69. Or, 197.69. So, we're going to see what this wants to do here. I'm either going to make probably $10 on this thing, break out even on this thing, or be wildly right and hold till tomorrow and make some good money. So we will see how that trade pans out for us, but we have about 30 minutes left. We have about 18 of you here, and I just got to go through the spiel, guys. If I am not talking about something that you want to watch, then go ahead, let me know what it is. Hoff, still breaking down, because I am only here for 30 more minutes and I want to be your voice. So, right here is a red submarine. We have about 212 subscribers, guys. We are blowing it out of the water. But I do want to keep in mind, this red submarine has nothing to do with the red subscribe button. So, if you're enjoying yourself, please go ahead and admire my submarine, but know that there is no correlation to that and the subscribe button. B. Stewie says, crap, missed last hour and 15 minutes, had to go to the Sprinkle store. Definitely going to rewatch Greathorn. Hey, B. Stewie, you just stay live, brother. Stay live for the last 30 minutes because it is a crazy show. We talked about yesterday, B. Stewie, coming down to this 400 area, and it held that 400. Look how long it held this 400 area. Now we break down to that 400 area, get a pop up into VWAP, and guess what we're looking to do? We're trying to short this market here, guys, but I could be wildly wrong. So if you are looking at me to follow my trades, I don't advise that. I am not a financial advisor in any way. I'm here to speculate, to analyze, and to commentate, and take live trades in front of you every single day, Monday through Friday, 8 till 12. So if you like it as much as I enjoy doing this for you, hit that subscribe button so you can be here with our like-minded team of investors. Guys, things are looking spicy. Things are looking good. Let's go ahead and look at some other stocks here, guys. We don't want to be one-track minded. DT heading up, looking like it's bouncing off that 21-day moving average. ELF being the swan that it was out at the EP. Looks like it's doing well. Still trading at 72.75. Let's see what else. We got Ford. Let's see. Overall draft 7. Is this your job? Yes, this is my job. I am a full-time day trader, swing trader, and long-term investor. But the thing is, guys, is we all have side jobs. So I'm not making all my money from this trading. I'm making a couple $100 a month off of this. It's not much. I'm trading enough money to make me enjoy it. Because if I was only trading 1 or 2 shares, I wouldn't care it. But I'm trading enough where my risk isn't crazy, but my reward is still there. So yes, I am making money day trading. No, this isn't my full-time job. This is my part-time job. And well, it is my full-time job because I'm always watching the stock market for you guys. But This is my part-time job in comparison to the other work that I do. So I do a lot of things, but right now I'm hurt because of my knee. So I use my voice to make money, baby. My voice, my commentary, and my live trading is what's keeping me afloat here in the den, baby. And if you want to be a part of that, you want to be a part of the Red Submarine, well, you already know the spiel. I don't need to do it again. Guys, we have about 30 minutes left. So if you're here with me, I want you to keep an eye on the SPY, because this SPY really looks like it's building support under this VWAP area. And if you guys know, building support under the VWAP area can show a nice push higher. But as we look, this VWAP area is creating this downward trend line on the 5-minute. So if we reduce this down to the 15-minute so we can take out some more of that information and just look at what we got. We're still trading below that 15. We're seeing a lot of wicks here, but now we're starting to see some push up into it. So it almost looks to me like we are seeing some bullish sentiment to the north side. So that being said, I look here at Tesla, and what do I think? Maybe I should just take my winners and run, right? Maybe I should take my winners and run. This thing is looking like it's going to see a nice little pop to the north side, but I think I'll just hold off for a little bit longer, guys. I still think that this pop might be just another sell-off. And if it isn't, that's A-okay. I'll take a small gain and we'll call it good. But until then, you know, I'm not seeing a ton of volume come in. I'm not seeing I'm not seeing a lot of sell-off here down here at the bottoms either. So that being said, you know, maybe it is time to get out, guys. We are seeing new lower highs, lots of wicks off on these bottoms, but it's hard for me to get out of a trade that I'm so bearish in. So we will see. We're going to give it a little bit more time, and we will see, because if this thing keeps popping up here, we start seeing volume come in, definitely going to want to get out of this thing. And I don't think it'll be long. I think I'll either know whether I'm holding this thing through lunch or not on the show before the end of show. So in the next 30 minutes, we'll see what we want to do on that. Ginger Hopper with the crown, the award right there with a big old smiley face. I'm happy with that. Let's just take a look at ARBE, just because we haven't been on ARBE in a little bit. So we'll get rid of that P&L. ARBE, just like we talked about this morning, guys. We had yesterday's trading with these wick offs, and it's still trading now. It looks like it might break this down. If this ARBE breaks down from this area, we could probably see sell-off down to this 462. 460 area. Okay, so we'll see if it wants to hold here, head higher, or actually break down and release itself of this liquidity right back down to the 440 area. Tesla still trading right around that VWAP area. Let's look at Hoth and see how Hoth is shaping up, guys. So Hoth did trade all the way back down to this $3.03 area. If you guys remember, we were covering this right here, and Mikey got out somewhere around right here. And look at this, guys. It kept selling off, and it created a low of that psychological $3 area, and now it's getting bought back up. So Hoth, will it hold out? We'll probably see another pop in the VWAP and some more selling off, but only time will tell with Hoth, okay? So let's carry on. Let's look at some more other tickers, see what's going on. How many stocks am I in? That's a great question. I'm only in, well, it depends on how you ask. So if you're talking about what day trade stocks I'm in, I'm only in one stock right now. I'm shorting Tesla. We are up a small amount in Tesla, only 1746. We started averaging in this $200 area, and we've seen this thing breaking down, but we've seen these wick offs on the bottom, which told us, hey, this is probably a bad idea to stay in, but we want to see it test this VWAP area. So it came up and tested. We added a few shares, which brought our average in down to this 197.69. Now, if we start to see this bullish sentiment come in that we are seeing, you'll see me reduce my risk size to absolute zero, so we can take at least a little bit of money out of today, okay? But why? Well, because this area down here at this 191 is very strong. You see a lot of wicks, and it actually is trying to hold this bottom, okay? And it might. If it holds that bottom, that's okay. We'll just take a small share win rather than taking the big win. We are up about $30 on our P&L down here, but we are only half share size in. And that's why I got the last, well, we still get another quarter to get in, and we could get it in here, but then I would have to use this top, okay? So I only added a few more shares. We're up about 8 shares on Tesla. Nothing big, guys. We're not doing anything crazy. Like I said, we make a little bit on this. We're not trying to earn the day on this, okay? So I noticed 20 of you guys are in here right now. I do appreciate your time, but keep in mind, you want to be here in pre-market prep, because if you're just showing up now, this is when the market is filling up on lunch. This is where all your big investors that take all the biggest moves, they're headed out for lunch now, okay? Or they're at least leaving in 30 minutes. And you'll see another liquidity push here around that 1:30, 2 o'clock when they all get back, and we'll see another push. So right now, if you're starting to see a little dull in the market, a little lag in the market, I want to tell you guys, be here for pre-market prep. We start at 8 o'clock and we go until noon every day. Why are those hours? Because that's the hottest hours in the market, guys. Why 8? Well, 8's boring, but at least gives you a sentiment as to what's going to happen. We show up, we formulate a game plan, and then we play that game plan as best as we can to a T. So it looks like Tesla's wanting to linger and it's pushing higher. So check this out, guys. We have 8 shares. Guess what I'm going to do? Sell market for a very small win here. So we, instead of taking a winner and letting it go all the way back out to a loser, we decided to take our cups of coffee off of this. Oh, look what I did. Well, I'm glad I did it here in front of you guys. Check this out. I actually just went to sell the market because I'm not long, I'm short this. And I ended up getting now 16 shares short. Okay, so what we're going to do, instead of holding out and making this bad, we need to make sure we get out of this trade. So now we're going to buy the market at 16 shares. Why? Because that 8 that I tried to sell, that 8 shares that I tried to sell them to make $10, and I accidentally bought in. Okay, I sold more shares. That's why you got to watch out. So I was selling the market 8 shares. Okay, I went to go get out and I ended up buying more shares short. Okay, so whenever you make a decision like that, what you want to do is, now that I'm doubled in my position, what you want to do is not hold out. You made the mistake, you need to get out right away. So as I'm saying this, what happened? We start to head lower on my 16 shares. So this is what I'm going to do, guys, and I'm never going to advise doing this, and I should have gotten out right away. But right when I added in those shares where I wanted to get short, this thing tanked right back down. All right, so good for me. What am I going to do? Well, I'm going to go ahead and just wait this one out, and we'll set this to break even. Not break even, but we're going to set this 16 shares that we shorted right here at this top. We're going to make sure it is 16 shares. And we're going to do the buy, okay? So if this gets back up into this area, we are going to buy this back, a buy stop. We're going to confirm at 16 shares at a stop of 196.64. So is that where we want it? 196.64. 196.64 sounds good. We're going to confirm and send. All right, bam. Now, if it comes back up to that top, it will stop us out for a small, let's see, 197 is for a very, very small win. So this thing's either going to sell off, we're going to continue seeing sell-off pressure, or it's going to come back up and it's pretty much going to stop us out for break even, okay? So that was a mistake on my end, but I'm glad I did it right here for you in chat. I really am. I'm happy that happened because we all need to learn from it. Okay, I was short. I hit the sell button as if I owned shares of it, but really I was borrowing shares of it. And then it came back down when I went to go get out. So am I still in Tesla? Yes, I actually doubled my position in Tesla because I meant to stop out, but I added to my share size. You've all been there. We've all done it once. So I'm not even going to be embarrassed by it. I'm just happy it happened here on show. So it's either going to come back out and stop me out at the top at 196.63, taking a very, very small win. If it comes back out and stops me off, then I'll be up maybe $5 on the share, $5 on the share. Okay. Other than that, hey, I didn't sell out. Yep, I'm still into this. I tried to sell the market, but if you guys know, I was already selling the market. So that means that if I sell again, I double up my position, and now we are still heading lower. So we have 16 shares at an average of 197. Okay, why did that happen? Well, rewind, watch it. Watch what I did. This is a mistake, okay? And I really should just get out of it now just because it was a mistake. But we're going to go ahead and just run with it, guys, because we got 20 of you watching, 20 of you here, and I might as well make it entertaining, right? So we're up a lunch right now. We're going to see if this wants to keep printing us money. So let's look at SPY here, guys. Let's see what SPY's doing. And the SPY is still fighting at this VWAP area, which is great. We had the same push off and a big sell off here. So is SPY going to continue having lower, or is it going to trade sideways and try to push higher? So you should have went into SpaceX. Yeah, SpaceX, man. SpaceX, that thing is really killing it. So if you're talking about SPX, no, that would be the SpaceX. What was SpaceX's ticker symbol? I can't remember, but it looks like Tesla's starting to head lower. This ad might be the most beautiful accident we have seen here today. That's Virgin Galactic, right? So I can't even remember what Virgin Galactic was. I really wish I could off the top of my head, guys. Let's see how IQ is. So remember, we didn't like IQ because in pre-market it bounced up to this $8 psychological and traded area, and it sold right off. What a great short that would have been. WIX did the same thing, only after it opened up, it just traded sideways, guys. It's not getting anywhere, but it is now trading below the VWAP area, so it might sell off. Wings, we tried that 1 minute breakout on Wings, and we did not get it. It stopped us out for a $20 loss. So we will see what Wings wants to shape up and do, because it is trading towards its all-time highs. If it can keep trading around these all-time highs, we might actually see a really nice breakout in Wings in the days to come. So I'm just going to set my alert so we don't ever forget about Wings when it comes back from this area. DraftKings looks like it's still trading out on my sell-out price. So DraftKings we stopped out on today. What was the other one we stopped out on today, guys? AMCX we stopped out on today. Okay, because it broke our sell point, and we took Tesla today. So Tesla is now trading below VWAP, trading at 195.26, and we're going to see if this wants to hold this uptrend line from here, from this base, and see if it wants to hold that out, okay? So we will definitely see. We only got 15 minutes here, guys, so if you're enjoying this as much as I love doing stock commentary, do keep in mind I have a red submarine behind me that has no correlation to the red subscribe button. So if you think there's correlation, there's not. If you want to smash it, you can. And just be careful, because I've broke a phone smashing the like button before. This is true. I would not lie. There is no fluff. But we got a new phone today. It's crystal clear. It looks clean and crispy, and it is made to make us some money. So hopefully, and I say hopefully very respectfully, that this Tesla trade wants to continue lower. It wants to break down. Because, why do I say that? Because we're in it. That's why. And if you are not, and you are a long bias trader on Tesla, well, I can tell you this. It is on support. So if you are a bull in Tesla, I am also rooting for you, because I do think this has the ability to move higher as well. And as we talk, SPY giving a nice little 15-minute wiki wicker top on this. Is it going to be able to get back up there or trade sideways to continue on the base? Yeah, SpaceX. I bet SpaceX right now is just selling off, but I need to know what that ticker symbol is. So maybe I just look it up. SpaceX stock. Yeah, how to buy SpaceX stock, Waldry? Can I invest in the space stock? Because SpaceX, it's not publicly listed. Okay, so it's not publicly listed. So when I think, hey, you should blah 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 at SpaceX, maybe you're meaning I should have had a job in SpaceX, because I'm already out of space, right? I'm in outer space. But I was actually looking at the ticker. So SPC, that's, let's see, is that Virgin SPCE? Thank you, Sim. I am still so pumped that you're here. Yeah. So this is Virgin Galactic. Thank you, thank you, thank you. That's why I'm getting SpaceX mixed up with Virgin Galactic, because space, SPCE, I'm thinking of SpaceX. Well, that's good. At least we have some correlation there. So Sim, coming in strong. Thank you so much. You've been here for a while, and I do appreciate you being here. Now, look, guys, Space does look like it is going to travel lower, but here's the crazy thing. SpaceX is now trading above its 200-day moving average, and it looks like it's squatting right down on top of that and its 10-day moving average. Now, these aren't curling up, but it looks like they might. So as much as I don't believe in SpaceX, do keep in mind it is trading above its 200-day moving average. It is wanting to hang out there, and it looks like good old Uncle Tesla is wanting to still trade above that. I'm getting out, guys. I want to get out of this thing. I'd rather just take my money. It's looking strong now. Yep, so we're going to buy market at this 16, right? We're not going to try and sell. We're going to buy market at this 16. We're just going to get out of this thing because it's just hanging out above that VWAP. Now, I could be wrong. This thing could probably sell off now that I'm finally out of it. But we take a small win here in Tesla. Okay, we take 1760. We could have made double that down here, but you guys will see the way I trade. I like to get a bigger piece. I almost rather give back half of what I made in order to hold out for a bigger piece, and you guys will always see me doing this. So while I do all my back testing, while I check out all my trading, you will start to see my trading will start to form. It will start to shape. It will start to shift. And there's reasons for that. Why is there reasons for that? Because you need to be versatile. You need to trade as a trader. You need to do what's making you money, not what you think will make you money. So if I back test my strategies and I look back on this and I go, Dave, anytime you're above VWAP, you always add into it. You do great. But when you see these little pushes, you don't give yourself enough room. Now, if this thing fails, that might be one of those talks that might say, hey, you need to hold on to these longer, Dave. You need to. Or maybe I'm wildly wrong, and after I see these huge pushes and these big wicks, I need to get out right away because I alert you guys to them constantly. So Sim wants to know what platform we are using. This is called Thinkorswim. Thinkorswim, if you go to TD Ameritrade, that is the broker I use. If you open an account with TD Ameritrade, is I think you can do as little as $1, and you will get this free software service on Thinkorswim, okay? So if you guys want to do that, if you want this, it's called Thinkorswim, and you get it just by being a part of TD Ameritrade. So you can join for as little, I think, as $5, I think is all you need. And you can open up a Thinkorswim account on your desktop platform. You can also open it up on your mobile phone. That being said, guys, be very, very careful when you start trading. Be very, very careful. Know what you're in. Tune in here if you have any questions, and I will do my best to let you know what type of stock you're in. And, I want to make sure you know where your risk is. So, yes, Sim, this is Thinkorswim. This is the desktop platform that we're looking at. And we want to look up TD Ameritrade is the actual broker. So Hoth still trying to trade lower, as well as LLAP finding a bid and trading more towards those highs. Now, guys, we talk about this. This would be its liquidity area right here in pre-market. So if we mark this VWAP area in pre-market's liquidity, we are probably going to see a little hiccup here. This might be the spot to short. Now, are we going to see a big move right now? No, because we have the lull of lunch coming up in 10 minutes, okay? Alex says, absolutely recommendations to paper trade for a while before you trade any type of money. Yes, Alex, that's very, very good. Now, there's some pros and cons to paper trading, guys. If you paper trade, you might not feel the emotions of the paper trade, but if you take the paper trading serious, you will learn and realize there's reasons more than just getting in and getting out. It's to learn how to do market orders, to buy and sell. It's how to get in and out of a trade, to understand range and the depth of the overall market, because you're going to have accidental wins and you're going to have accidental sells. And because it's not your real money, it's not going to mean as much to you. But guys, let it mean everything. Act like the $100,000 of fake money they give you. Treat it like a real account. And don't use $100,000. Act like you're only trading with $10,000, okay? That would be a lot more realistic rather than, oh, guys, I'm up $10,000 today. No, you're not. No, you're not. You're not. If you're going to play and sim money with fake money, then what you need to do is you need to trade like it's real money. So, Granny Randy says, I am taking off. Loved all that you were new today, but miss Stu Klott and Heiser. Yes. Well, Stu popped in a little earlier than you do, and I don't think Heiser's in today. But if you are, my grandma says hi. So, Granny, Randy, the whale of a trader, the low float, high trading stock market whale is off. So everybody say your goodbyes because she won't be here on until tomorrow again to bless us with her presence. That is my Granny Randy. She is the chocolate chip queen. She is my guardian angel, and she keeps us safe in the market. So guys, let's take a look at the SPY. Still doing its absolute damnness to hold up on this area, but still can't get up to that $400 area. Boy, am I going to be sad if Tesla just breaks down. Okay, good. Now I'm happy I got out because anywhere in this area, I'm going to wish I got out for my small win of that $17. So that was a long-winded trade that we had on Tesla, but we took it. And Alex says, take care, Randy Worrell. Thank you for showing up. Let's keep on keeping on, guys, because guess what? We only have 9 more minutes, and I'm getting the hecky durns out of here. So we are out of Tesla. We made a small win on Tesla. We are always making small wins on Tesla. We're not in Wing anymore, but we will obviously keep an eye on Wing as Wing stocked us out on that 1-minute breakout. DraftKings also stopped us out today. So guys, we are in 0 trades. We have 0 trades on the board, and I'm a-okay with that, trying to figure out where we're going to head with this market. And look, as we speak, good old Uncle Tesla breaking out, getting above that VWAP area, and now heading higher. You love to see it, guys. You love to see it. And we called it all out here for you, too. We called it all out here for you. I took this short. We played in. We started seeing some wicks. We added into the VWAP, but once we seen it start to overtake VWAP, we get out for a very small win. But hey, we're going to keep on keeping on, guys, because that's what we do here. We try to make bigger wins and hold smaller losses, okay? So you actually got to see 2 small losses today and 1 small win. So today we're closer to break even than we are, but we are still up very nicely on the month, over $100, guys. Yes, small wins, but even smaller losses. So we can eat. The family will be able to eat. We'll be able to go grocery shopping today. Guys, if you want to be a part of this awesome stock market commentary, if you are from U.S. stock traders, that is my vibe that I got from today. A nice little push out from Trey. He said, hey, I like your content. I like what you're bringing. We want to promote you on our channel. So if you guys have a Facebook, go to U.S. Stock Traders. They are a free resource that you can be a part of. Flip through there. They allow me to be on their front page, guys. Their front page, because he likes the commentary and we think we can bring more views to his followership. It's a symbiotic relationship. He's helping me, I'm helping him, and we are here to win. So guys, thank you so much for joining me today. We only got 8 minutes left, so if you want me to go over something, let me know in the comments so that way I can take a little peeky gander, okay? If not, we're just gonna talk about what I wanna talk about. And what I wanna talk about right now is coming off the bottom of this list to see what we got going on. So WIX held out on this earnings gap up. A nice little hold might be something that we wanna watch for the future. I'll put the SPY over here on the right hand side so everybody knows what is going on. And again, it looks like it's just wanting to trade sideways in that VWAP area at 399. EH was talking about it earlier, and so was Alex, about us trading around this $400 area, and I could not agree more. It seems like a very psychological level. It looks like just underneath it are 2 very, very key and very smart spots that the smart money looks at, and that's this 50-day moving average. Also just below it, the 200-day moving average. So guys, when we're looking at these moving averages, we need to understand there's a lot of sentiment behind these and swing traders. So if we break down below this 200-day moving average, you guys know I am in for a world of shorts. There's no way in heck I want to be in any trade if it breaks below that 200-day moving average. Now, good news is it looks like it's starting to curl. So if we can actually see some buying power in this $400 area, then I'm a super bull in the market. Okay, you will see me looking more like this guy rather than like this guy, okay? And if we hold out and we can build a base, we want to see a base on top of a base. What does that mean? Well, here's a base, okay? But there's no base on top of the base. We started to see one here, but we don't have it. So now we have a base here and we have one forming, but we broke down. So we want to see this base out here. So we get a base on top of a base on top of a base. And if you know anything about music, it's all about that bass, no treble, and that is what we're looking for here today. Bass on top of bass, and then that will form a basis of opinionated to the bullish side. Is that enough B's for you in there? Is that a tongue twister? Because red leather, yellow leather. Gentlemen, I do appreciate you being here. Ladies, you too. And if you got a mother, send it to her. Let's get this growing. Let's get this popping. You know, we are up to 212 subscribers. Holy cow, we are ramping up there today, guys. Goodness gracious, 212 subscribers with 18 people watching. I couldn't be more happy. Thank you so much for being here, guys. So we got 4 more minutes. Mama, we got 4 minutes, y'all. So if you got something that's cooking that I don't, let me know, because I will start saying my goodbyes very soon here, because I have to pee. Ain't gonna lie, I've been holding it for a while now, gentlemen, because I won't leave you. No way in heck am I gonna leave you. Let's take a look at Tesla, and I am happy I got out of that trade. I'm glad we used technical analysis to make sure we stayed profitable on one of our main trades today. Okay, guys? So congratulations, anybody that was following that. Of course, I do not recommend you buying or selling any of my shares. I want you to learn from me so you can be self-sufficient and do your due diligence in this market so you can take big trades and make that big money. XM, guys, I haven't went over XM, but this is something I'm going to go over right stinking now. Let's put this over on the 15-minute chart. What's going on with XM? Well, all this craziness is happening. XM, and yes, we did make money on XM on an earnings gap up before, but XM is just trading sideways after this earnings gap up. What does that tell us? Well, the rest of the market looks like absolute dog doo-doo. That tells us that XM is looking strong. Stock Rebel, ayo! What up, Stock Rebel? How you doing? What you watching? Unfortunately, we're going to be out of here in 3 minutes, so if I can get you to hit that sub, I'll be back here from 8 until 12. So go ahead and hit that Stock Market Rebel sub. That way I can be in your ear and on your eyes tomorrow at 8 till 12. We like to be here for pre-market prep, so that way we really know what's going on, so that we really can take those trades to make the big money, baby. Ginger's here. Mama! Mama's here! We love you, Mama. You keep on keeping on. So let's, I just wanted to focus on XM, guys, because XM is looking so strong here. I do have this breakout area right here, and if it breaks out, I might take a nice little trade in XM, because overall, this looks like a company that is doing very well with the overall sentiment going to the downside. So Stock Rebel says sideways after a gap up means insider using liquidity to sell. Hey, I couldn't agree more to you, Stock. I was actually looking at these pops. If you were here for pre-market prep, we talked about a big pop-up and a big sell-off. Now it's trading sideways, and as it's trading in this VWAP area, yes, Rebel, I couldn't agree more. There is probably some more bigger guys in here selling off. And that's a big reason why we tried to add to our short in Tesla. We kept adding into this short, and what do you know? It broke up above VWAP. It started to look bullish from these 15-minute wicks, so we got out of our short sale for a nice little small win. Now, if this comes back up into this $200 area, what do you think I'm going to do? Well, I'll tell you this. If it doesn't hold out, if it doesn't break through, that is showing there is still resistance in that $200 area. And you can see from this wick off, and you can see from previous times, it is a supply zone. So it either is going to build a base and push up through that supply zone, buying everything on the way, or will it touch that 200 area and fail? The same for the SPY. Will it push back up to that $400 area, find that supply, and sell off like crazy? We will see on the next episode of LoFiTrader. I am Dave. Listen, guys, if you want to see me tomorrow, if you're just joining us, you should have been here for pre-market prep. Dang it, we are here every single day, Monday through Friday, 8 till 12. This is a red submarine. No correlation to the red sub button. But if I can get you, go ahead and smash that sub button. Why? I want you to be here. I want to be your voice. I want to take trades for you. I do commentary, analysis, and big stuff every single day, baby. This is our 3rd week running on the show, and we are seeing a lot of love, a lot of support. So we hope to see you guys tomorrow. So thank you guys so much. Absolutely love doing this. It really means absolutely everything to me. So thank you guys for being here. Peace.